welcome hearing you. Awesome.
I know we're gonna have a really good time today, so. Kim, would you call roll, please? Do we need to do the call roll? This is a recess.
Let's just do it.
Go ahead.
Mr. Bradley?
I'm here.
Ms. Quetch? Here. Mr. Webb?
Here.
Ms. Patterson?
Here.
And Mayor Craig.
Here. Okay, Jane, you're up. Tell us what you need, or what you want, or whatever you want to tell us.
Your wish list.
Okay, I didn't know it's gonna be that open-ended. Well, thank you for the time that it takes for you guys to consider the budget. There's
Well, you know all about it, don't you?
no, I only had, I can scratch the surface. It was a daunting task, and I appreciate the opportunity that you take to let department heads have an audience with you. We realize that the revenue stream into the town has been fairly stable for the past 10 years or so, and so we formed our budget proposal accordingly.
Thank you for that.
Well, we try. We have also become a little more creative in doing ad co-ops and offsetting some of the increased expense of advertising. And you will see under the advertising line item that there is an increase reflected on that of, it looks like it increases from 190 to 215. Let me tell you about where that $15,000 is coming from. It is coming from our partners and ad co-ops. Here is one example. In the Virginia Travel Guide, which is distributed nationwide, and is the predominant piece that Virginia Tourism Corporation puts out, we have an ad in there every year, and what we noticed last year is there were a couple of Abingdon ads on that page, and a couple of Abingdon ads on this page, and a couple on another page, and they were really scattered, and they didn't have any impact. So what we approached partners with, we said, what if we buy the real estate and then sell you the space, and then we have a branded ad. So this year we had a page and a half. Next year I want a 2-page spread. But now it's all about Abingdon, so people say, oh, well, they've got outdoor rec, they've got festivals, they've got even a yarn shop, and they've got a place to stay, and they've got a theater. So it looks like Abingdon's got a lot more. So this was a good value for our partners, and we also did a co-op with WLOS Television in Asheville. They approached us, they said, we're gonna do a 5-day feature on Abingdon. It's gonna cost a whole lot of money. We went to our partners and said, we'll co-op 50% of it. If you 5 partners, 5 days of coverage, will co-op the other 50% of it. So we underwrote that and got a lot more amplification of our message. And Cindy's heard a little bit about this. We've also co-opted some opportunities in Google AdWords. And that is the mechanism. When Google does a search, when you do a search and you put in places to eat or something like that, Google AdWords, you plant words that people are more likely to ask for, and therefore you elevate your status of the results. So we've offered those 3 major co-ops. So that's where $15,000 of that increase is. The other part of that increase is simply the cost of advertising, our need to keep Abingdon out there in our 3 to 5 hour drive radius, which is the predominant place where we advertise. And tourism is the town's only mechanism to advertise for people to come see us. And we know how valuable those visitors are. So that's the major area of increase. I'm happy to answer any additional questions, but advertising is a big need. The other, I will back up on line item that ends in 81,703,000 contractual services. We have 2 major projects that will happen over the next year. One is we have got to redo our destination guide, our visitor guide. It's out of date, it's about 5 years old. It needs to be updated in colors and in photography. We also are changing what we are highlighting in Abingdon. We realize our pillars are history, our whole downtown arts and culture experience, and our culinary experience. So we really want to emphasize those, and we've been getting earned press articles capitalizing on that. But that will be a major redo in the next fiscal year. Another added expense is we have a new website now, and hackers are extremely gifted. And for some reason, they like to find websites and wreak havoc on them. I don't know why. Don't know where they're, if that produces money somehow for them. So we have got to have a maintenance contract with that website company to go in periodically at our request. This is not an automatic thing that they're doing. We're still negotiating this. But at $150 an hour, we would say maybe every quarter, go check our security situation, make sure there's not an update we should be aware of, and back in glitches like that. So those are the two main areas.
What, do you think Floyd and John and CJ can help with that?
Floyd and his team do help in a different aspect. They do help with our hosting, they do help when we have a catastrophe, and they also help communicate to the website developer. Floyd recommended that we contract with this particular segment of technology through the website company.
We were talking about maybe the white hat hackers yesterday, different things like that, so maybe that's the reason.
This company knows they built it, so nobody knows it better than they do, and it would take Floyd's people a lot longer to try to create some of those, try to figure out how it was done in the first place. But Floyd is very active, was active through the whole process, and will continue to be active.
I'm sure you looked at already. But I
His
just thought I'd throw
team's
that out
great.
there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jane, I want to ask you a question that it probably shouldn't be in this meeting, but I probably should do it quite, but I want to draw attention to a problem in the town. I understand that you, and I didn't hear you say that you were opposed to the one-way street system. And the reason that you gave, I think, is that buses couldn't get around the curve at the border, or at border states too. We had directly contrary information from our staff, and I don't understand that. Barter said to me, or to our staff, if the buses can't get around there, we'll take care of the problem. How does that happen? And I'm just, I want your advice because you've been on the council, okay? How do we get around not getting that information to the town council? Because barter is, I know you know that, is extremely important for tourism. And me personally, I know other members don't agree with me, but I think that we should do everything we can to help tourism in this town and to help the barter, because the barter and the creeper trail, as you well know, I'm sure, are the key things. How do we get around not communicating?
I don't mean to sound dense, but
No,
I'm not sure what you're asking. What I can say is that I apologize. After the council made a decision, my opinion should have gone away and support the work of the council.
That's not what I'm talking about. I'm not putting you on the spot and asking you to apologize or anything. All I want to know is, from your perspective, how do we all work better together, is what I'm trying to say.
That's a complicated question, and I think even as interdepartmentally.
Well, just give us your advice if you don't mind.
Well, I think that there's a learning curve. I think that this body is fairly young. I think we've had some change in management that has created some flux, starting with Tony and certainly carried on by Mr. Vittum. That communication mechanism has improved.
It's improved?
Yes, sir.
Oh, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And I hope that the new town manager will continue involving the different department heads that are needed to come around a topic, even when it's not obvious. For instance, the times that Kevin Worley's input, you think Parks and Rec and you think it's pretty narrow, the things he touches are massive. If there's a wedding in town, guess what, Kevin, if it's outdoors, Kevin probably's been involved. So all I to say is through Tony's initial interim leadership and through Mr. Vittum's continued leadership, that the environment, the table has been set to invite cross-departmental pollination and communication. And I think that it's improved. That's
So
my
you-
opinion.
I don't want to put words in your mouth, but you think that the town manager is having a stable town manager or that, or a good town manager, not a good town manager, that's not the right word, but a town manager that communicates well and invites input is where we need to go.
I think that the way that this town is set up, that leadership, the style of the leadership has everything to do with the function of the department heads
I didn't-
And the success.
and the success.
I
think
didn't mean to
leadership.
put you on the spot or.
Oh, bring it
ask you to
on.
apologize. No, that wasn't where I was going. I just don't understand how things like this happen.
I was gonna say, Mayor.
Employees be able to
Excuse me.
communicate well too and not,
Yeah, employees. I think that's been working, they've been working on that as well. I think that's doing better. And I don't think you know this, Mayor Craig and the council, but Jane, was at the Tourism Advisory Committee, meeting here a while back, and she has, spoken highly of the good change in our council. So she's.
And I mean it.
Yeah, but she does, and that speaks a lot of volumes. We all work hard, and we're dedicated to helping this community and town, so thank you so much for recognizing that.
Well, thank you, and it's coming back to me too. People are saying that to me. As a body, I think that you put in the hours, but sometimes you can put in the hours and it doesn't amount to anything. But I also think that it's very obvious to people that you are listening. And I think more than anything, that is when people have a problem. I know Derek was talking about being in the pharmacy, and sometimes somebody's just gotten really bad news and he happens to be the first person they see, so he gets it full bore. But sometimes when people have a problem or concern, you just need to let them know that you heard the words they said, and I think that that's made a big difference.
that you care.
Yes, we do.
Well, that's
care.
above and beyond your job description, but I appreciate you.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Well, thank you. I appreciate you asking. Sometimes my mother said, man, when you run into a tree, you don't just run into a tree, you knock the tree down. So sometimes you have to stop me and say, you're running toward the tree there. So I take correction well. Well, maybe not well, but I take correction.
Well put.
Correction. I don't think.
Well, you do a good job.
Thank you for your hard work, really.
Well, my team, they're so talented and they are so dedicated. Sarah Savader, who does our events, gets invitations from communities large and glamorous. And she told me during our last performance appraisal, she said, but I like doing it for Abingdon. And I think that that's what Abingdon has going for it. I like doing it for Abingdon.
Now, she won some awards, last weekend?
She did, well, and again, she is the head of that, but it does involve marketing and the whole department. But yes, her design, the campaign for last year's Thursday Jams, which involved the really cool rabbits with the long ears, won the Gold Addy Awards, and that's the Regional Advertising Federation Awards. And, which means much more to us almost, is the Judge's Choice Award. And then we had hired out a designer to do the 80s party poster, and that designer won, because he translated our concept into visual. And we will continue. This year, we're doing the 90s, and we're doing the 90s this year because Lebanon has stolen our exact event, the band, everything. So,
Really?
you know you did a good party when other people take it.
Yeah.
But the 90s will be just as fun.
Well, we recognize Ms. Nevada and other employees for their work, their outstanding achievements at the council meeting the other night. So please tell her that, to watch that video.
I will do that. Was that
Thank
Monday's
you.
meeting?
Yes.
I will do that, thank you. She'll get a kick out of
It
that.
said that we recognize Sarah Sabata, Special Events Coordinator, and the entire Tourism Department for January Jams 2018 Concert Series, named by the Southeast Tourism Society as on the top 20 events in Southeast.
Mhm.
I keep saying west, we're in the Southeast, okay, I got that, all right,
Yep.
go ahead.
And snapshot of January Jams, our sales were through the roof, well, relatively through the roof, $18,000 more in January 19 as opposed to January 18.
Really?
Yes,
That's
Wow.
good.
That's
yes.
great. Well, we appreciate what you're.
We have, it's our pleasure, it's our distinct pleasure, it's an important role. The money and the return of investment of what you invest in tourism comes back to us in terms of meals and lodging tax, of course, but also in the goodwill of the writers that cover us. I don't know if you saw that we were mentioned, we were in vogue. Actually, we were literally in vogue because of our culinary scene shared by some other places
That's
around there.
great.
We got a grant, and we deliberately invested in a public relations campaign to garner more of those mentions, because when an outside writer writes about you, it has more credibility than any paid ad in the world. And our earned media in 2018 increased 43%. And we're gonna keep that presence, even though the grant is over and we can't afford to continue the same contract with the PR company. We are negotiating how to maintain a certain level with them.
Jane, I want to ask you another question. Maybe I want to make a suggestion. I think that the tourism department should be involved in updating our comprehensive plan, because
We are.
they
Yes,
are-
sir, I'm part of that employee committee.
Okay.
I went along, there's only been one meeting, but I participated that whole day.
Yes.
Because we want to keep Abingdon tourism friendly, and this is a special place, and we need to protect it.
Well, thank you, and can I say a little bit about the interest in mountain bike trails?
Sure.
Um,
Say anything you want.
William King, I shouldn't know. William King is now gonna be part of that stakeholder meeting to have a mountain bike trail going up there, 16 acres. I told you about Heartwood wants a spin-off trail there too. But recently, I've been talking to Martha Keys, involved with Sinking Springs, and Kevin Worley, and there's a lot of interest in cyclists riding through there. So we're going to provide a way for that to happen as well.
Through the cemetery.
Mhm.
Wow.
We were just talking about putting new gravel in there yesterday.
That'd make it friendlier, and I think if we can get people not just coming through town this way, like Creeper Trail does this and Urban Pathway does this, but if you can get them going back and forth, then they'll spend more time and spend more money.
I'm gonna ask you one more question. We're debating, well, I think the council has kind of agreed, I don't want to put words into the council's mouth, but I think we've kind of come to a consensus that we want to restore retirement. And do you think that is a wise investment?
I don't know exactly what all restoring retirement
Yeah,
involves.
I understand that.
Immediately, I understand they're doing HVAC, and then they're gonna finish those front 2 rooms. I can tell you that immediately we can put those rooms to use. We wanna decorate one room in an appropriate style, whether it be Civil War, whether it be revolutionary, whatever it is, we're gonna decorate one room so it becomes the Living History Museum. And then the other room, we sorely need a place to gather groups that's climate controlled. People come in tour buses, they want to hear about our history. I mean, the Revolutionary War turned around because of Over Mountain Men.
I agree. I think that is the most important historic site.
It should be on every historic history buff's bucket list.
That's where our
So-
freedom came from.
Yeah. So now that we will have one room that's climate controlled and people on tour buses tend to be a little older. They don't want to be, I don't want to be out in today's weather listening to a talk. I'm not going to hear nearly the presentation if I'm shivering. So we can utilize that space immediately.
Okay.
And the improvements to the parking lot, the improvements to the pathway that are coming from the parking lot, all of that is going toward not only helping us build and tell our history, but also becoming part of Abingdon as a bike town. Not just a town with bike paths, but a bike town. So I appreciate you asking that.
Thank you.
There's a couple of things that I wanted to touch on. You were talking about bike trails, and then you mentioned Hartwood and William King. Certainly, you could maybe do bike trails through the town for historical benefits, so they could stop off at each historical site.
Yeah,
And then arts and crafts could be another cycle trail. And I'm sure there's more, I just don't have them on the top of my head. I'm still thinking about that. The other thing, you probably didn't know this, but maybe you can, we want to let you know, I do want to let you know this because maybe you've got an idea. Yesterday, we learned that we're spending about $8,000 a year on storage of the furniture on in different locations, or in pods, but 4 different locations like Fields Pen, the Meadows, different, and the Breckenridge Cabin, etc. So $8,000 a year is going toward that. That would have already paid for an HVAC unit for the retirement.
Mhm.
We're getting an HVAC unit now. And I did speak to Mr. Boswell, and he made a great point yesterday. I said, well, gosh, when you get that in there, get that furniture out, that'll save us $8,000, put it in the retirement. But he said, well, they're gonna renovate, so the furniture will be in the way. I'm just gonna throw this out there to you and your department. If you know of something we can do with it so we can save some more money, let us know.
I'll think about that. We did, a team of us went to look at Fields Pen, a couple of days ago, and it's such a pretty building, but there's, it'd be nice to get something back going in there, but let me give that some thought. There was a study that Betsy White did a while ago with all the historic properties, and I guess it'd be helpful for me, I'm sure you have it, to see an inventory of all the properties that we do have that would lend themselves to those kind of exhibits.
I think Al has told us that we own more than we know about.
There's been talk about moving the tourism department out there at Fields Pen. Is it big enough?
Well, I looked at it with that in mind, and I plotted room for room, and it is big enough for tourism. We wouldn't have room for our 2 tenants, or currently the 2 tenants, Abingdon Main Street and Virginia Highlands Festival. We would not have room for those 2 offices. And the other factor is when they have events on Fields Pen lawn, we would have to be careful to limit, and I don't think they're on the entire lawn, but if it's going to be a visitor center, we need to have a clear pathway so that they wouldn't have to run the gauntlet, so to speak, of going through an event to get into the visitor center, but that could all be managed. What we would do is route everybody into the front door. What you get at the Hassinger House, when visitors come into the Hassinger House, they say, wow, this is a lovely house, tell us the story. Tell us the story, and our staff tells that story 15, 16 times a day. So coming into the front door, Fields Pen lends itself to that same, wow, tell me the story. And we saw 2 shadow boxes. They need to be updated, cleaned up, and modernized. But those 2 shadow boxes that tell the story of the Fields and the Penn family and the house, I don't know if you've been in there, but underneath the grand staircase in the front hall, there's a recess. I'd like to put that story in that recess with really nice lighting so that people can just stand there and we can tell them about the story of the house. And then the way that the first floor is designed, if you go in the door like this, maybe I'll turn around, because if you're like me, I'm directionally challenged. We're on Main Street and this is Fields Pen. On this side, you have a front room and a middle room. And what that front room would do is have Abingdon specific information and some history. The second room, as a certified DMO, Destination Marketing Organization, we are required to have statewide visitor information. So that would be in the second room. Now going to the other side of the house, you've got a front room and a middle room, and the front room would be our meeting space that is used by different members of the community as well as us. We also display local art, and so when visitors come in, we say, you want to get a taste of our local art? They walk through and have a little gallery experience. The second room would be the visitor staff office. Now, we get people who come in and you can never anticipate every question they're going to ask. And a lot of times we have to take them to the computer and print out a specific set of directions or something that we haven't anticipated or we don't have 50,000 brochures on. So I thought it would be great if we go ahead and set up that visitor staff office like a living room, so that as we bring a guest in, they can sit in our living room and then get this information that they want. Currently, the experience isn't at all like that. And then behind that room would be the mail room, the copier where we process requests for brochures. We answer requests from other visitor centers, send me another box of brochures. And then we put in a little galley kitchen because when we have meetings, we need a microwave, we need a refrigerator, coffee maker, all that stuff. We actually eat at our desk most of the times, so that's pretty handy. And then the back room would be our only storage. So right now at Hassinger House, we've got lots of nooks and crannies where we're storing all of our brochures. You know, when we order, we're getting 100,000 at a time. So now we would have that one back room. The advantage of that back room, it's got an outside entrance. So when you have a delivery guys hate delivering to old houses. They just do, but they do it. So they can come right into that entrance. And by having it in one room, I think that we can organize it a little better. Now you have to go to 4 or 5 different rooms in the house.
Jane, you mentioned, excuse me, go ahead.
I was gonna
Was
say,
it Al?
let Al talk.
Are you satisfied with where you are now?
Yes, we love that house. It's a beautiful house. We're satisfied where
Yeah.
we serve at the pleasure of council, town manager, and the town. We're here to serve in the way that is best. The drawback that Hassinger House is, this was pointed out to me, to get to town, you have to take a left out of our parking lot.
And you can't make a left turn in town unless there's a traffic signal.
Well, I do it every day. I'm fine with it, but I might take a little more risk than a stranger.
I didn't hear that.
She said she might take a little bit of risk.
Perfectly safe and perfectly legal, just a little rapidly.
Right, I get it.
The study that the town paid for, and I think it was in 2014, there was, part of what they indicated was that it's a difficult left to turn in or to turn out.
Mm-hmm.
And it also, because of the topography, it's not highly visible, and putting a sign out, the sign is not highly visible. So, and I can't remember what the study suggested for the Hassinger House. It did suggest the Tourism Visitor Center at the Fields Pen because of visibility and parking. Also allows, if a visitor comes in, goes in, gets their brochures, they don't have to move the car. We know that parking is real easy at times in downtown Abingdon. They could leave the car there in the municipal lot, walk up and down the street, visiting some of the businesses.
We even thought about from time to time, maybe during season, is having someone outside on the sidewalk. We're just we're just brainstorming. When a new idea comes up, you try to think about how you would capitalize on it. But the point that Mr. Vitta made, that the fact that they wouldn't have, now they have to stop, and then they have to get back in their car. They don't have to, but most people do to get closer across that. The Cummings Bridge is intimidating for a pedestrian. You feel like you're in a fishbowl, and it's intimidating. So it's not real comfortable to walk from Hassinger to downtown, even though it's no distance at all. So almost always they're gonna get back in their car. If you can prevent them getting in their car, then they might stay a little longer. We get a lot of people who come off the highway, say, I've been meaning to stop, give me information, we're gonna come back. And then they get in their car and they go back on the highway. Well, what if they were already in town and they said, well, let's spend 30 minutes here. They might eat a meal here, get some fudge or get an antique or whatever.
Cove Street is not pedestrian friendly.
It's intimidating.
Most of downtown is, but Cumming Street, you know, that whole section of Cumming Street is not.
And if there was something that could be done to ease the awkwardness for pedestrians at Cummings and Main intersection.
Oh, yeah.
I've seen people wait and think, well, it's not gonna turn and then turn around.
One of the problems is that when they push those buttons down there, they don't get any indication.
They don't
that
get
anything's
any
happening.
indication.
And there needs to be some kind of audible or
Something.
visual signal, you know, that something's going on.
Nor
when
does
you
that
push
button get priority.
Yeah.
The sequence
Oh, no.
will
That's
run
true.
through its regular sequence, and that's discouraging to me as a passenger, as a pedestrian.
They expect to push that button and bring traffic
Something.
to an immediate halt,
Yeah.
you know,
Yes.
and that's not gonna happen.
No,
Well,
but some indication that the button's working, because that's another thing you do. Well,
Yeah.
maybe it didn't work.
Yeah, just an audible signal or a visual signal of some sort.
So the study was done in 2014 for what you're speaking of, Mr. Bidham, and I'm giving this a lot of thought myself. And we've got to do something with the Meadows house. And my thinking a long time ago when I found out everything was going to happen is I thought, gosh, it would be nice to put a museum in the Meadows, because that is a story. That's a story and a half, even though the original house, burnt with 1929, I think it was, and then they built it 1930. The governor lived there. There was a lot of Civil War pieces that has been extracted from that farm, from what I can understand, and I'd like to get a museum put in there. Plus, I'd like to see the visitor center. You talk about visibility, it couldn't be any better from the interstate. So a museum that's not costly, just to show the artifacts and different things in town, plus the visitor center. It's got a lot of space in it. Have you've been in it, haven't you?
I've never been in that.
You've never
house.
been in that, really?
Mhm.
Wow. But the drawback, like you said, was the left turn at Hassinger, and it can, it is a dangerous place there, but you can put a billboard up if you want to, as long as you.
People are
keep it
finding
historic.
us okay,
Yeah.
and they love being in that house. And the fact that that house was built by
Oh, yeah.
with wood brought in by the Virginia Creeper, it just is a very cohesive story.
Yeah. And I like the story that they saved the mantle and the staircase, et cetera, from the Meadows, and it's very historical.
Well, getting back to your situation, if, as you say, there's no room in the Fields Pen House for your two subsidiary organizations, then what would you do, what would we do with them? Spin them off?
Well, they're independent 501c3s, and Mr. Vinham might have more insight than I do, but Virginia Highlands Festival is not a new organization. It's a very well-run, the leader is strong, it's a stable organization with a really strong working volunteer base. I think they could find space in a number of places. They are not hand in mouth financially, I don't think.
They don't really need visibility, do
They don't need visibility. I worry, frankly, she has so many volunteers, and it is volunteers run that organization. I do worry currently about them going up 3 flights of steps. Cindy, you know how those steps are going to that.
Very narrow,
Yeah.
Big hallway.
She gets a lot of volunteer traffic going up and down those steps, a lot, so that's been
Jane,
worrisome.
it's not any secret that that Main Street's struggling. I think Mr. Vedum indicated that whoever he talked with from the state thinks Main Street should have its own identity in downtown. Do you agree with that, or?
I think that's been a complicating factor for years and years and years, that people saw it as part of the town, and
But my point is this, you indicated that we wouldn't have room for Main Street. Do you agree that it might be a good idea to separate them? Or do you think it's important for tourism and Main Street to be in the same building? That's really.
I think that the bigger of those issues is that Abingdon Main Street needs to have its own identity.
Okay, thank you.
Joy Rumley with the state was very adamant that she felt that Main Street needed to establish its own presence in Main Street, that so it's seen as its own entity. It does bring in, that's additional costs that's not in their budget right now. I'll be meeting Thursday with Carrie Baxter and trying to prepare. I'd like to get before you a work agreement at the April meeting that a year from now, you can be looking at that. These were the things they said they were gonna do. Did they do them? And make it easier for you to determine whether or not you wanna continue. There are things like a $25,000 feasibility grant. I don't think it's, one of the things that could be in that work agreement is that she will apply for that grant. She may not get it, but if she does the application and attempts to do it, then she's at least got something that, you can't punish her if Main Street doesn't fund the grant application. But right now, the grant's there, nobody's applying for it. Facade grants, put in there that within the next 12 months, they will look at establishing themselves separately. There's discussion right now, a funding source is running the beer gardens. It's a question as to whether or not that's the most effective use of her time and her volunteers' time. However, they need to do it at least this coming year because Jane depends upon them for that piece. But if that's something that they want to transition out of, she's got to, how is she going to replace that $10,000 in her budget? And Jane has to have enough time to know that they're not going to do it next year, so
Another organization.
she can find another organization to run the beer gardens.
And it's helpful for us to have a 501c3 run that beer garden, because we currently have a few sponsorships that need to make their gifts through a 501c3, and then it filters back to us. And so that 501c3 relationship is financially beneficial to Thursday Jams.
So what I'd like to do is have a work program for Main Street that has specific targets that, and items that she's gonna be working on over the course of the next year, as opposed to the current, which is very vague, and contains things like that she will attend each and every town council meeting. So according to the current contract, because she's not sitting over there in the corner during this council meeting, she hasn't fulfilled that part of her contract. It makes no sense to ask her to come to every single, but that's in the current agreement.
Well, she would earn her pay just sitting through those meetings.
I was gonna say, we need attendance anyways, so.
But I think you want her out doing things as opposed to sitting in a corner watching the meetings go by.
Vain attempt to make sure we had an audience.
We do get an audience, it's.
But
it's
overall, I
better.
Yeah,
would say
yeah.
that what council should task itself with in the not too distant future is looking at all of these properties and ultimately, what are you going to do if you put the money into renovating them? What's the goal of each of the buildings? Will Fields Pen become the tourism? If so, what do you do with the Hassinger House? What do you do with the Meadows House? I think that there is a place for a museum, but I would make an argument that retirement makes more sense because you already have a staff person out there at the muster grounds that you could incorporate that all into one, add a couple of volunteers, and you don't have to add an additional staff person for that.
And it's not a standalone attraction. You've got,
True.
So you,
Well, I absolutely agree with what you just said.
Yeah.
The,
Makes a lot of sense.
the other thing you can look at is at the Meadows, we went out and toured it the other day, and it's got a very large kitchen that could be converted into a catering kitchen, so you could have functions out there where the front rooms could be rented. Guessing probably 50 to 75 people total could be for a function out there, catered functions. The end, you're going to have, once the sports center is, sports complex is completed, the staffing and, is there a potential for moving Kevin Worley's offices and functions out there into that facility? The second floor is pretty cut up as far as the rooms, and trying to figure out what to do with them, plus with that circular staircase. The general consensus that we had when we walked through it the other day was that if you did that, pretty much put a rope across, and it's upstairs is, not public area. Possibly have an office up there for some of, Kevin has staff that need to complete reports and things like that.
what about a culinary school? You know, we need a culinary school here. There's not one in Bristol. They didn't have the funds, somehow that got all
that kind of imploded.
discombobulated, and we surely do need something in culinary. We don't have any place to send anybody, but.
There's things, I think that's, I think
Never
part-
make it meet the state code.
Okay.
part of the problem you have, I think, is that you want to see these buildings renovated, but if you snapped your fingers and they were totally renovated today, what are you going to do with them tomorrow? And I think that's what council needs to do, and it may mean sitting down as a group for half a day and talking about that and what makes sense.
Brainstorms like those.
You know, you've got Floyd General Store. That's a pretty interesting, I'm not saying translate it here, but having an impromptu music venue would be pretty fun. That creates traffic going back and forth as well. We like things that create another place for people to do, see, or hear something.
I would suggest the visitor center being placed up there. It's back to where you've got to go through the commercial area, and it's not
Too
visible.
many turns.
And you also, with the exception of being close enough that you could walk across the ball field to the connector to the creeper trail, that would be probably the only advantage to having it there. But again, you wouldn't be able to go there, park your car. You'd have to come back out and come back downtown.
I don't think that that's the location for the visitor center. That's just my opinion.
Yeah. Once we get Valhalla built over here, will there be an access to that house? From
Was
more
that-
direct access to the house from the new development out there?
There is a cul-de-sac, or not a cul-de-sac, a roundabout that is the end of the commercial project. The Sports Center Road goes off from there, and basically it splits, and when you split, you'll be looking straight at the front of the house. So it's gonna be very prominent as you come in and make that split. The soccer field's to the left, the baseball field's to the right, but there'll be parking areas up there, and
So there'd be an access from,
it would be accessible, yes, off the access
so you
road.
don't have to go around through, you know, around Green Springs Road and up the back way.
No, you could, if you're on Cumming Street, you come straight in. I believe that's gonna be called Cook Street,
Cook Street.
and you go on through, and at the back end,
Roundabout. Okay.
KVAT's project will end with a roundabout. They'll put the roundabout in with a stub, and the sports complex road takes off from there.
Cool.
There will be a connector from the sports center, from the soccer field parking lot, through the walking trail that goes around the property. There'll be a spur that goes down and connects to the creeper trail, so you'd be able to have that connection there.
All right, council, do you have any more questions of Jane, or do we need to do anything else?
If we've kept you overtime, Jane.
We have,
Now,
I see-
I've
This has
hearing.
been
I think we've
fun.
kept Jane overtime.
I see the next
Jane
two.
gets time and a half for overtime.
She gets 2 cookies.
I'm getting ready, at 5 o'clock, the Storm Tracker tour ends in Abingdon today, and Christy Calcagno called and asked if we would provide some speaking points, so Sarah's gonna be talking about Creeper Fest at 5 o'clock.
Thank you, Jane, very much.
Thank you all, and I appreciate the opportunity to talk with you directly, and come by sometime, we'll tell you the history of the house, and about our co-ops, and anything else you wanna talk about.
You know, when they
Thank you
hired,
very much.
when they first hired Mickey Newman as town manager, he lived in the house for a couple of years.
Did he really? It's a
Yeah, he
beautiful
loved it.
house.
He loved it.
And people never fail to say, wow, it's so pretty. Thank you all. Have a good night.
Thank you, Jane. Have a good day. Yes, how are you? Come in.
Come join us. We don't bite.
Jennifer,
Bad.
I promised the town council that you were gonna sing for us.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, would you sing
Well,
for us?
maybe next time.
We've got a standing policy, if you're gonna save us money, you get a cookie. If you save us a lot of money, you get 2.
Well, we're hoping we get a cookie today. All right. How is everybody?
Good, how are you?
Good. I am gonna lay these on the table. We have it on our website. Let's take one, pass it down, but we started promoting our Easter egg hunt last week. We've reached over 6,000 people, so we hope to have a big crew on April the 13th and good weather to hunt the Easter eggs. We're really hoping for warmer weather.
Yes, much more.
Warm and dry, that's what we're thinking.
Is this on the wolf whistle, isn't it? Or are you gonna put it on the wolf
It
whistle?
should be there, and I think Tennille probably tagged it on the town Facebook and got it on our Facebook. So,
I usually promote a lot of this on Facebook, everything I can.
well, if you see it, share it, and we appreciate it.
Okay, Jennifer and Alicia, the floor is yours. Tell us what you need or what you want.
Well, I think we may do expenses first, and then we'll follow up on the happy note of the revenues. So we won't go through, I know he's gonna pull up the expenses, and you'll see, many of our lines stay the same, but we'll have a few increases, and on some of the lines, you'll even see that we've taken the full amount out of that, but that is to combine it. Last year was the first year we did the budget for the Coombs Center, and at that time, we we condensed some of the budget lines to make it a little easier to track expenditures. And we were able to do more of that this year. Over the past year, we've worked to see where things kind of fit in. So you'll see on some of these lines, which you can't see right now because of contractual.
You wanna go?
No, because we'll go through those, but you'll see, you know, if it says eliminating or merging and adding to, we simply just took the funds from that to add to another line to kind of streamline it and track our expenditures a little better that are going out.
And as we start with the contractual portion, there's not much of a change with that line. However, we worked really diligently over the past year with Rick and Hunter to streamline some of our security systems and those kinds of things to be more in line with what the rest of the town is doing. And we were able to save right at $5,000. However, you don't see that savings because we did refinish the gym floor last year, and we're very proud of that project and how it turned out. However, we want to keep it looking as beautiful as it does now. So we are entering a contract where the same company is gonna come back in and readdress that floor each year. And we also are starting a new program, which Jennifer will talk a little bit more about, that is going to require some officiating. And we've tapped into the VHSL officials, and we will need to take care of their payment. So we were able to save money, but we're gonna repurpose that same money for other options.
Sounds like my wife.
You said that for the officials, that's us, right? So.
So the VHSL officials, so there are people that will officiate basketball games.
Yeah, so
Okay.
they're gonna be VHSL referees for a new adult league that we're starting at the Coon Center.
The reason I asked that question is because I pay for my membership instead of taking it from the council, you know, and I thought if you all are paying for that, covering it, then you could take that money and do something else with it. I guess that's just in kind, so that won't help you, but I do try to contribute when I can.
We
Thank
appreciate
you.
that.
You're welcome. I'm not bragging, I'm just wanting you
No,
to
we-
save some money.
We appreciate that. So that goes into that membership fund, and that definitely helps to support keeping their doors open, so thank you. So that is kind of what you see listed there that Melisha talked about. That's just the different detailed contracts that we have. And so we'll move on to, one of the other things we increased was athletic supplies. And so we took that up from $3,000 to $4,500, and we are starting some sporting programs. So we have the 5-on-5 league. It is 30 years old and over, men's basketball league, and that is our VHSL referee fees that Melisha referred to. So we'll have some program needs with that. We also increased that line because we are installing a disc golf course at the Coon Center, which that comes out of this year's budget, but we will need some additional funding to maintain and sustain that and keep it in proper working order.
Say that again. I'm sorry, I've got a hearing aid, but I still can't hear. What did you say about golf
The
course?
disc golf course,
Oh,
so
you-
it's going to be similar to the one that they have at VHCC and Sugar Hollow.
Oh,
We've
right.
been working with the rec commission, and Tim Barr is actually the person that designed both of those courses, and he is working with Kyle Pollard to design. They already have the design. I think they showed that to the rec commission several meetings ago. And so that will be put in place this spring. Mr. Barr has actually already ordered all of the supplies for that.
Really?
It will be 9 holes.
Oh, gosh.
And
Did you say disc?
disc,
D-I-S-C.
C.
Okay.
Donna, I'm
Like Frisbee.
sorry.
Frisbee.
Donna is the,
Count of water cell phones.
Donna,
I think
is
that's
it
that
cell
one's mine.
phone police? And I am supposed to announce that we silence our cell phones before we start, and I completely forgot all about it, so.
But you announced it now, so.
Wade, you
Now it's
that woke me
official.
up, Wade.
I need to call Tony Sullivan.
Just to elaborate on the disc golf, we had
Yes.
a really great response from the rec advisory committee.
Let me ask you a question.
Sure.
I'm gonna call you out. Why don't you tell the town, you have a report to make, why don't you tell us,
I was
disc
saving
golf
that
is
one.
the rage?
Saving that one, huh? Well, you know, it is, actually, there's a
I
professional
know it
league
is,
now,
why don't
yeah.
you tell us these things?
It's like pickleball, you know,
He
and
didn't
you
wanna
need to know
steal our
these
thunder,
things.
Yeah, I was giving these ladies the opportunity, but really, we got a great response from it.
I think that's a
You
wonderful
know,
thing that you're doing.
I have occasion to pass by the community college from time to time, and there's always people out there on the golf course. I really have been amazed.
So we've had several of those folks that have visited, and they actually came to one of the meetings. So there's an entire group that will just go and gave some input on the disc golf course, and so we're really excited. We even have some high school students that are looking forward to that coming up there. So being that close in distance, it gives our kids after school something positive to do, and so we're excited about that, but that's another reason for that increase. And then also the youth volleyball. We just finished up the season on Saturday, but we went from about 150 girls last year to 200 girls this year. And we just really, we probably will have a little more growth. I don't know how much more growth we can have. We're pretty much at capacity at the center with that, but just to be able to keep that good quality program going with the youth volleyball. And also, in one of the attachments that we had on there, we replaced one set of the volleyball. So it's going to be the volleyball pole system. We replaced one side. The poles that we have are about 24 years old. This is called the Bazooka system, and it is more efficient to set up and take down. It requires less staff, and it's not as heavy and bulky and less likely to injure somebody when we're setting up and breaking down. But our other poles were kind of getting to a point that they were leaning in. So we did have a set that we purchased this particular year, and then we'll need to replace the other side of the gym with the next budget. So that's something else that we have in that as well, and that's it on athletic supplies.
The next two lines that we increased a little bit are our travel and our training lines, because we are growing and things are expanding. We are needing to expand those two lines so that we can send people off for additional trainings, and to make sure that everyone stays up to meet the requirements that we require, as well as some of the other VRPS requirements. And with our Silver Sneakers program, we are required to have so many instructors that are able to teach so many classes. And we have to send people away for those trainings so that we still meet those requirements. So both of those lines increased slightly. We also help cover some of the CEUs for our fitness instructors and our personal trainers. It helps with them keeping their certifications up, so that we stay above board on all of those classes. And we also obviously have to train our lifeguards and keep them certified. We don't want someone sitting in the lifeguard chair that doesn't have that certification. So those we increased just because of the demand of our classes and how much the center is growing.
Now, how many people we talk about here for training, do you know?
So
What
for
you
the
seeing for these?
For the fitness instructors, personal trainers, we have about 28 fitness instructors on staff, 4 personal trainers. The fitness instructors, their research and CEUs are every 2 years, so it kind of balances out that they're half and half, they're every other year. But we do require that they are certified and that they keep that certification, so that we, again, offer that quality programming at the center. And it just keeps us, on the cutting edge of classes, what's trending. If they're not going to CEUs and we're teaching teaching a step class that's from the 1980s, we're not gonna have participation in people coming through the door.
When you talk about personal trainers, we talked last year about paying them. Could you explain how we're paying those? Because I think we were paying that personally, I mean, through the town. But then
Absolutely.
you all now, is it renting a space, and then how do you do that, please?
They are independent contractors, and they do purchase quarterly passes in order to train their clients there. And if they purchase a certain number, our policy with them is at least 3 quarters of passes, then it does qualify them to have assistance with reimbursement the same as we do for our fitness instructors. So per that contract, we help with some of their reimbursement for their required certifications. They also carry their own liability insurance as independent contractors, and so they provide us with a new copy of that each year, along with the updated copy of their certification renewals.
Well, is it put in a file, or is it out for display, these certifications? Do people that?
They're just
come
in their
and-
personnel file, but we state on all of our marketing that we have certified
Okay.
personal trainers and certified fitness instructors, so.
Jennifer, the council's considering building pickleball courts at the community center. Give us your advice on that. If you, how will that affect your program? I know they play pickleball over in the gym.
I think the courts will just give them additional playtime. As far as our pickleball club, I don't think that it will affect our numbers at all. We
Okay.
average 25 to 35 participants on Tuesday, Thursday with their pickleball club. So they just cannot get enough pickleball.
I had a citizen contact me thanking, us for doing this, because it's very important to them. It's really like the disc golf, it's a hot item, so.
Right.
It's a hot
We
topic.
close the gym from 10 to 1 on Tuesday, Thursday, and we let them know we'll set up half a court for them any other day of the week. But on Tuesday, Thursday, most all of those folks will stay until 3 o'clock on the back half court. I mean, they will play from 10 o'clock in the morning till 3 o'clock in the evening. I don't know how they do it, I get tired thinking about it. But it keeps them active. The fellowship that's involved is absolutely phenomenal. They become very competitive. Amy, our coordinator, Amy Sullivan, does a phenomenal job keeping those things in line, because we have to remind them the pickleball club, it's not a daily tournament, cutthroat tournament, it's a pickleball club, and friendly play, but we do have a social for those guys once a month, and they love to contribute to those. And I mean, if you want to see some fun, you just come up on a Tuesday, Thursday, and hang out with them for a while.
I have witnessed, it's intense.
You what?
I've gone and witnessed it.
Yeah,
It
I
is
saw one guy
intense.
over there, so, I mean, he's a gorilla. I mean,
He really is into it.
They are intense.
Do you have any feeling as to their center or someplace off-site? If it's at the center, is there an area that you can work out better than others?
I think at the rec commission meeting, we brought up potentially just taking one of the tennis courts, which I think you all decided that you didn't want us to do. So that would be the best probably option that we would have at the center, just because it is front and center. Anything that would be behind the center, you would start to get into some mobility issues as far as accessing the courts. So I think as far as our space out front, we would be limited on what we could offer there.
We also have Highland Soccer that they use the back, they use the fields in the bottom, so every space really of the outdoor area, perimeter area of the Coom Center, it's just utilized.
So an off-site location might work out better.
I don't know the answer to that.
Yeah,
It
well,
seems like if we don't have any
I
room,
just-
that would be the best answer.
Yeah, I know where you're looking at the community center. I know our pickleball club that had requested those things, you know, bathrooms were important to them, and maybe having a place to have shelter in the case of weather, and it's gonna be weather permitting as to whether they can use that outdoor court. And the next line, are there any other questions on athletics or travel training? The next line that we did had a little boost was programs, recreation for our youth. We utilized this for our after-school program. This was a budget that was put in place when we started the program in 2017, 2018. That was the first year that we offered the program, and we averaged 18 to 20 kids per month. We kept that budget the same, as this was all a learning curve for us last year. However, this past fall for 2018, 2019, we are averaging 30 to 32 kids in the program per month. And I will say that our after-school coordinators have worked diligently to keep within the budget that we had set for the 18 to 20 students and still offer the best quality. I know, you know, Melisha as a mom has a daughter in there, but our program is absolutely wonderful. It's top-notch. Parents are 110% pleased. Our staff go above and beyond, but I think that we all lose sleep at night because we try to keep that quality there. So adding that $2,000 to that line will just help make sure that that quality remains there as we continue the program.
And as a parent, it is an amazing program. You know, it can be said that it's a program that you can entice the kids to get out of bed and go to school in the morning because they want to go to after school after they get through with their school day. So,
Could you give the public and the council a little summary of what you all do there so that the public can gain a little bit of interest as well, knowledge, about what you all do and offer?
Absolutely. So we do a structured, from the time they get off the bus, we call it structured chaos. We have snack. They get a pretty substantial snack. I think most of the time the kids think like they're eating dinner for a snack. And they do a really good job of balancing that out, making sure we do some healthy options for them that the kids, you know, like and will eat. We have an arts and crafts area. We have STEM activities that the children do. We have support staff that come in. We also, with the enterprise lease, we upgraded to a van, 15-passenger van this past fall, so that we can take our camper, I say campers because we use it for camp as well, but after school to the library and some other places around town. The library is the most commonly used, but they'll have programming for them there. We do swim several times a week for the kids, and it's top-notch after school camp.
2.5 hours.
What's the fee for this?
It's $150 per month.
$150 per month. And STEM activities, stimulation activities?
They do, what
Is that what
Science,
that?
Science, technology.
That
Thank you.
STEM
I
is
was like, help me out.
stimulation?
Yes.
Okay.
So, and the coordinators we have cabinets that we have the STEM, we have cabinets that we have board games, we have cabinets that we have just scrap paper, arts and crafts, so the kids can make it as structured or as unstructured as they want to during those times that we don't have a program in place for them. But typically, you know, they have a program every single day for the students. The Neff Center works with us. Kids Place comes over. They do a great job. We really reach out and use our resources and network. And like I said, the coordinators do a phenomenal job. So if you
Sounds
ever,
like fun.
yeah,
Thank you.
you're welcome.
The next line we want to highlight is our custodial supplies. This is the second year we've been able to decrease that line, so we're going to try to earn our cookie now.
Yes. This is
Okay.
We were able to decrease that line just a little bit, but we started working with the Ford system last year and Mr. Gorley, and it's been an amazing company to work with. They've been really forgiving as far as when we need to introduce a new chemical. They'll let us test out the chemical prior to investing in that. So it's been extremely helpful. They also come on site and do trainings for our custodial staff. so that they're able to know exactly how to use the products when they're introduced. This has just helped us save on that front, because you don't always want to spend all your money on custodial supplies, even though you want the place to be spick and span and spotless, and I think our crew does an absolutely superb job of doing that. And I think Mr. Gorley with the Ford system has just really helped us make sure that we're doing what we need to do in line with what they do pretty much at the hospitals and places like that. We're using the same types of chemicals and things, so we're really excited that we were able to reduce that cost just a little bit more this year.
Real quick, we'll touch on gas and diesel. We did take that up, although it is a 60% increase from $1,500 to $2,400. So the $900 additional dollars is because we do have the 15-passenger van, and we utilize that for after school, and we will also utilize that for our summer camp program. That we just have to make sure we have fuel so we can get there and back to get these kiddos to the places we need to go and get them back safely to the center. So we do just need a little bit of a boost in that area. We also use gas and the gas and diesel line for our mowing that we do around the center. We do some of the mowing throughout the summer, so we want to make sure we're covered.
The next line that we want to highlight are our pool supply lines and our pool programs. As Jennifer spoke about at the beginning, we do like to merge when we can merge to help streamline, so it's easier to understand. It's easier when we code things. So we are combining our pool programs with our CAST. CAST is our competitive swim program that is ongoing throughout the year. We have 2 main seasons. We swim pretty much through the school year. We take a little break and then swim through the summer and have another little break. That is just an extenuation of the pool programming, so we combined those 2 lines to help with that. We did need to increase our pool supplies lines just slightly, and that's just because of the increase in cost. Pools are expensive to run, and we just needed to cover those chemical costs, so we did have to take that up a little bit. So I guess we just gave our cookie back.
Capital outlay, last one of the day, and we did detail this. Basically, the biggest increase in this line, $11,500. It is a recommendation from the finance director and the recreation advisory commission. This is because we have a 24, almost 25-year-old building, and there are things that are starting to break down and need repaired. So we want to make sure, we've had a couple of things that have happened this past year that have been a little bit of a surprise, quite a bit of a surprise, especially when you start getting those bills in. But we want to make sure that we give ourselves enough that we're covering what we need to keep the building operating on a daily basis. Because when things go down or when we have to close areas, it may not seem like it's impactful, but it can really have a big impact on those members and daily guests that are coming into the center. So doing all that we can to keep that in order. And there is an attachment. There's not really a picture or anything to see with the matrix step mill. We do try to, each year we try to replace one of our pieces of fitness equipment. This particular one is a cardio piece of equipment. We have a Precor AMT that is about 13 years old. The lifespan on that in a commercial setting is about 8 to 10 years. We've pieced in parts all that we can, and I put the price on here, the refurbished price rather than a retail price, because when we work with our fitness techs, we get a wholesale price. So without going to them and starting the quote, and that will probably be towards the fall into the winter next year. We'll get more definitive numbers on the step mill to replace the Precor AMT.
We also added a new bleacher option. We did refinish that gym floor last year, as I spoke about earlier, and we have contracted to keep that floor in good working order. Unfortunately, just like some of our other equipment in the building, our bleachers are quite old, and we have repaired and repaired and repaired, and they're just to the point now where they're damaging the floor, and we're unable to repair them. So we did put a new bleacher option in there so we can reserve that floor for as long as possible, because replacing that would be quite expensive. And we also added some daily use lockers into our budget this year, and we would like to place those in between the pools. We have some daily use lockers up in the lobby area that are used on a regular basis. The ones in the lobby area are fairly small. They're large enough to put a small gym bag and keys and a phone, those kinds of things. The ones down in between the pool will be accessible from both indoor and outdoor pools. And they will be large enough. We're gonna do several different sizes, but they will be large enough for a good-sized family to put all of their swim stuff in when they're utilizing the pool area. This will help on the safety aspect as far as they can keep their things locked up, and they won't be asking if our staff can take care of their personal belongings, which we don't allow, but sometimes people get upset about that. So this will be an option that will remedy that problem, and hopefully add that additional feature to our facility. I don't know if any of you all have been to an amusement park, but they have these types of things at different amusement parks, Dollywood, Wilderness, those kinds of things. So they're utilized just about any place that there's a recreation area.
Where did you say specifically they were between the pool?
We're gonna put them at the pool check-in, so.
The pool check-in?
Yeah, so they'll be in between the indoor and outdoor pool areas.
That's right there where you come in that side door on the
Yes,
right.
correct.
Okay. And the other thing I was gonna ask you, what surprises for the capital outlay were you surprised with?
Well, in the pool desk area, in January, probably one of the coldest days of the year, our HVAC went out. Well, it was cracked, broken,
Right.
completely finished, so it was, quite a large,
Investment to have it replaced. Unfortunately, that system wasn't repairable because the repairs required, they were further than just putting a patch on it. We would have been actually pumping toxins into the building because of the piping and stuff that was broken. It was quite a big repair, and it's just the age of the facility.
Oh, it
We're
was
just
very
starting to
old.
creep into that. It's time to start replacing those bigger ticket items.
Right, we're 24 years old, so there are a couple of other things that are, we will say, on their last leg, and, you know, Train does a great job to maintenance. Our fitness techs do a great job to maintenance things, our custodians do a great job to maintenance, but there's only so much that you can maintenance before you've got to just dive in and fix it. So we know we have a couple of things coming up probably within the next 12 months, so.
And I'm not questioning what you're doing, I just wanna
Oh,
let everybody know
absolutely.
what, I'm not questioning the fact that you had to replace it, just don't get me wrong. on
Want to
that.
know what it is?
I just wanna know what it is
Yeah.
and what happened, and, let the public know what's going on, so, you know, it comes to a point in time where you can't repair it anymore, you gotta give up the ghost and buy a new one, because it's gonna be more cost effective that way anyway.
It is, so that's where having Rick Statzer work hand in hand with us, it is a wonderful relationship to be able to have his knowledge and his wisdom on things like that. So,
That's good.
yeah, we have a great team, great staff. So I think we're gonna jump to revenues. Well, the good news,
I'll let y'all take care.
the good news under revenues, our memberships, with 4 months left to go, we are at 82% of what we projected. So we have people coming in on a daily basis purchasing memberships.
That's good.
With that, if you look on the revenue breakdown, our daily guest fees are down slightly. We're still about halfway there with those. However, those are down because people are just finding it more economical to come in and purchase a membership. So we'll take a membership over a daily guest fee any day. Program fees, I think we're knocking it out of the park with their program fees, and that is a reflection of fitness classes, swim lessons, lifeguard classes, things of that nature, that we just have people coming in, and we have those offered throughout the year, so numbers are definitely up there. Day camp registration, I think we've surpassed the 100% in there by far. Day camp registration revenue line is our day camp / after school. And as I said, our program almost doubled basically from last year to this year with our after school. And our summer camp, we have a capacity of 40 children per week, and we do 7 weeks of camp with that, and that pretty much stays at capacity all summer.
That says 22,000, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
So
Twenty-two additional.
we
That's what you
increased
pulled
that
in.
line. I think we increased membership
15.
by 15.
15%.
15,000.
15,000.
We did take the daily guests, we adjusted that just to be more in line with what our jump was in membership. And then our day camp. So we've increased our revenues about 30,000.
Mm-hmm.
That's good.
You had more revenue increase than you did on expense.
And our total expense overage with all of the other ups and downs, was it right at 10,000, was that?
Go back to the expense budget.
So really, if you look at the big picture, we do get a cookie today, because that's, yeah, that's 30,000 more in revenue and only
You're not gonna
10,000 more
get a
in
cookie
expense.
unless
never
it's
asked
free.
That's 20,000, that's 20,000 to the good.
He's asking for too much. I told you you could have a cookie if you help save money, okay?
You're way
You saving
close.
some money, you saved $5,000 on that electric bill, right?
That's right.
You've got to sing for your
Wait.
cookie.
I have to sing for the cookie.
What do you promise us?
I tell you what, you come out on Sunday morning, I'll invite everybody out, and we'll all sing together.
Can you say,
I don't know if you've noticed, I sing with you, but
That's good.
no,
That's
it
good.
gets you off key once in a while.
do you sing too, Ryan?
Do I sing?
Yes.
Not very well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Is there any questions?
I've got one. Can you give us some idea of the membership in town and out of town? Just a rough percentage.
So we actually have, if you look at it, there's probably more than 50% of those that are in county,
More than 50%?
in the demographics.
Are in town?
The thing that's hard to,
County.
the county, more of our folks are from the county,
Okay.
but when you look at those demographics, some of those folks that are in the county are state employees or Washington County teachers, so they're getting a corporate rate, so they may not be paying that county rate if they qualify for a corporate rate. However, their address in our system puts them in that county demographic.
I think too, you have to keep in mind that our county demographic isn't just Washington County. We have people from surrounding counties who come up and get a membership. So it's not just specifically Washington County, Russell County, Smith County,
Bristol, Virginia.
Right.
Well, this is more of a regional center than it is. That's kind of what I'm.
Right.
Oh, God.
Right, we have people that travel all the way up from Chuck's Way to come see us.
Yes.
And what?
People have to enlarge the damn thing.
We gotta enlarge it.
Yeah, I thought maybe we might need to put another pool in there.
We need another gym, right,
Yeah,
Alicia?
we need
Yes,
another
please.
gym, and we also need a handicap facility for, water rehabilitation. Someday I'd like to see that happen.
That would be amazing.
It
It's a
would be.
therapeutic pool.
I've been to rehab and I've never been in the water part of it, but that is, I come up there for rehab, to the
Mhm.
pool.
Yes, absolutely.
And it helps.
If we were able to add that as well, it would be also nice to have some family restroom facilities where families can, have that area
For changing
for
purposes.
changing
That's
purposes.
And when you, build a pool like that, you can have the area that does all the, in this area and other areas, and have the, rehab facilities come and do the rehab at the pool. So
Like
that'll
the
bring
therapist
in
and
some,
the physical therapy and
yeah, the physical therapy.
sports medicine.
Which we try to work closely with the physical therapists and stuff are in the area to invite them in to do things like that. They take us up on it occasionally, so we do work hand in hand with them.
We have a joint rehab program with the orthopedic surgeons that they refer folks into the center to do pre-surgery and post-surgery care, both on land and in water, so. we
How
are
old is
happy
our
place.
equipment? Like, I know you said we replace it, what, one per year? Is that what you said,
The
one per year?
the cardio room and the Cybex room, our Selectrise equipment is, and that's the circuit in the first weight room, that's probably 12 years old.
How
and
many?
12 years old. And our Vision bikes, which is our cycling bikes, they're also about 12 years old. We purchased those at the same time. Our cardio equipment is a little different, so because we just purchased one piece per year, and we just contributed to the police department with our, out with the old, which is new to them.
We take rejects.
Yeah, but.
Refurbished rejects.
So some of them are, 5-6 years, some are 7-8, some are 2-3, so it just, those are on a different cycle, so those will just continue to cycle as they get the miles on them. But our tech comes from Boone, North Carolina. He does preventative maintenance twice a year, and then comes up on an as-needed basis, but he does a phenomenal job keeping those in working order.
Okay, council, are you all finished with your presentation?
Yeah.
Are there any more questions, or, I'm trying to keep us on schedule. 3 minutes long.
Sorry. We will let you know when disc golf arrives, and you all can be the first to break ground and have the new toss. We'll have Derek challenge you.
Pretty good now.
Keep your ears open for the pickleball courts too.
Okay.
We're hoping they're coming in real soon. or
Thank
as soon
you
as we
very
can.
much.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
And over there's the cookies, you can have homemade that I made.
No, she hasn't sung, she does not get
Yes, she
cookies.
does.
I'm getting one for Kyle.
We're gonna be fair
Yeah,
about
I'm
it.
gonna take it to him.
Hey, I heard there was a preacher.
They're the same.
That
No, those
was
were yesterday,
yesterday's.
sorry.
Mhm. I'm sorry, those were the other, I couldn't do them and not
Right,
today.
well-
I made them just before I got here.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, if I crack somebody, thank you.
Next time,
Did you
next
have a
time.
good
Wayne.
day? Did you have-
All right. You take care, Jane.
Good job.
Now,
That's twice you've thrown up on the floor.
Mr. Sullivan, I almost called you today. We had a problem.
I'm good. Thank you.
We had a problem in the council room.
What was the mayor doing?
Our police, our phone police,
Boy, you
Donna,
see where that goes.
has caught Wayne with the telephone on in our meeting.
Was he texting?
No, he had a phone call, and I said, we need to call Tony Sullivan.
How did I know it was the mayor? Did you notice?
Yeah, I know, you said the mayor.
Weird part is I was home.
No, I'm on low karma.
So y'all don't-
Speaking of mayor.
Yes.
This is a grant that we have to change. Of course, we have Ken Dillon now that he's getting ready
Come on
to
in,
leave.
Mr.
I've got to go back to being a project director until we get another manager. And since you're the only authority that's still here consistently.
I don't have any authority, my wife has all this.
Well, you signed her name to it.
I'm a poor thing, I know.
Well, sign, I really don't care. I just,
I feel sorry for Miss Craig.
this is D&D, and I'm gonna tell you, you know how to stay.
But only if you're saving money.
They have
right?
worn us out over a piece of paper. Well, you're not the town manager anymore. You got the town manager. So we had to fill out one to get Ken to sign. Now that Ken's getting ready to leave, well, he's leaving, so you gotta.
But they get ready to impeach me, so I don't know how long.
That means I have to fill out another piece of paper.
Okay, guys, I'm gonna tell y'all like I told everybody else, you save us some money, you get a cookie. You can have a homemade cookie, or you can have, somebody else's made cookie.
What's up?
You don't like cookies? Really? What's wrong
What's that?
with you? What's wrong with you?
You don't like cookies, it's like not like a dog.
I know. What's
What's wrong with you?
Yeah, do you like
Yeah,
chocolate
you're
chip
gonna have to
cookies?
approve that.
Not really. Peanut butter. Well, you came on the wrong day, I had them yesterday.
Yeah.
Darn it.
You wanna sit over here? You wanna stay over here? Or you can sit with John. John might get on the roll.
I don't think it can be any worse than Mr. Craig.
I'm getting bashed, and I don't feel good.
You don't.
I had a rough night last night.
That wasn't my fault.
Remote him on video.
I'm not saying anything.
All right, Tony and John, the floor is yours. Tell us what you need or what you want.
What's your wish list?
What we need to hear.
Oh, you mean I get to tell you what I wish as opposed to what I need?
Yeah. We're not genies in a bottle, but
Yeah.
we'll see what we can do.
I don't know, 8% more than last year. Of course, that's total, is where we were sitting after our first round. You know, if you look at these whopping, if you look at contractual services, one of the first lines that's there, it's up 21%. Well, it went up from $2,700 to $3,280. Obviously, there's gonna be some fluctuation in contracts as they go up and down. These are things that we just traditionally do by contract services that we have. Go down to the next, you'll see a decrease of 40% in repairs and maintenance. Basically, I just moved some money, moved it lower into a different category. But I'm thinking 13.5 should get me through the year, absent the roof springing the leak. The thing I worry about most is, of course, the roofs never stop leaking, but the thing I worry about the most anymore is HVAC going out. I've been here 16 years and I've already replaced 2 units, so there's 3 left. So I might get one of those this year. You'll see it the next employment, advertising, and testing. You're going to see an 88% increase. There is a breakout on that. Because of where we are departmentally, I went up from 2,000 to 3,750. That covers physicals for applicants, promotional testing, applicant testing, which is different, psychological testing for applicants, and our advertising. We still use the Employment Commission for advertising, because I think you cast a bigger net. But one of the things that we started doing is we started using, when you advertise through the newspaper, although it's a little more expensive, they also advertised on Monster.com. There's another one. Indeed. Anyway, so you get a bigger cast when you do that. So, but ordinarily I wouldn't have promotional testing in there, but I have an employee who will probably be retiring or separating, who's a sergeant, so I have to have sergeant's test. That's not the same as the applicant test. Of course, I use a testing company. They charge you more. And just about the entire police department is eligible to apply for this test, and I'm charged like $50.
I suggest you apply for the psychological test.
Me? About every 3 years, it's probably good to do, sort of like a tune-up, yeah? So you see an increase, but I'm promoting a sergeant this year. If things change, if all this goes, if he separates prior to the calendar year, I can get some of this done in this year's budget. But I can't, I can't do testing until I have the employee separated. So I'm just sort of hung on that one. So that's an increase. You go to, fuel heat, I don't really control that.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
How are the police doing? I mean, as far as the Leos, they got their Leos, so are you having like a happy police department now that, they're content and they're happy to be there and they're not quitting as much?
Well, it's, I lost one this year, went to the sheriff's office, went for a school resource job. So people are gonna leave, but you know what I found, by and large? People don't quit jobs because of pay, they don't quit jobs because of working conditions, they quit because of their boss. I mean, people quit because of who they work for. If you pulled every one of them in there and said, you need a raise, you know what they'd all say? Yeah. But now you gotta remember, we're all type A people. This is part of the pay for us is doing this job. And so that's sort of the trick with police and firefighters. I mean, they're gonna run into the burning building because they love the excitement of it. Where's our pay? If you want to compare us regionally, we're on the lower end of the scale right now. We sort of flip-flopped. We used to be, when I came here, we were at the upper end of the scale. We've had some different economic times, other people. You know, the town of Pulaski, where I'm from, they're starting their officers at 37.5. We're starting at 32. So, you know, it's a tremendous difference. Here again, though, I can't walk in here and say, all right, we need to move our pay scale up to 37.5. We need to add $5,500, and by the way, we need to sort of compensate all the officers accordingly. You know, we do have to look at making some gradual increases. I think like everybody else, I'm sort of holding my breath for another year and making sure we can hold our stomach in until we get some tax revenues actually flowing from all that we've got going. And, you know, I'm not the financial guy, but my opinion is always, you know, there's richer waters ahead if we can just stay in the boat and keep paddling. And that's sort of the message the guys get. You know, speaking of our retirement system, you know, they're paying a 20% copay on their health insurance. To fund that, we've reduced that. I know initially, Ms. Patterson, I think it might have been you or Mr. Craig voted to fund it fully. Just said, let's fund it fully.
We both did.
And, of course, we had some kickback. Vote didn't go our way. That's how life works. But we've worked to reduce it. We're down to where they're paying 20% as opposed to what we started with. You know, if we could reduce that, that'd be fabulous. If we could get it where the officers were paying zero, where we wanted to be originally, that would be fabulous. That's something that I'd like to keep in the forefront, that we think about reducing that out-of-pocket cost to fund their retirement by making them pay a portion of their health insurance. You know, I get it. I get the trade-off. That's what we had to do to get it accomplished. However, when that tax increase was funded, I think it was you that said, why don't we just fund it all out of that tax increase? And we opted to give some of it to historic properties, which I don't even know that it was used that year. I don't think it was. And we could have funded it fully.
You could use that too.
Yeah, you could have funded it fully.
We could have used it for y'all.
Yeah, so you know, that's out there. That's one of the things, if you want to star something that's sort of between the lines, let's start right that 20% copay for
See,
the
that's
officers.
something we didn't know. We didn't know that till you just said that. I didn't know that.
Yeah, that's, you know, and when that motion went through to make the tax increase, I mean, you even said, well, why don't we just pay for it all? Well, we can't pay for it all. I don't know why we couldn't.
I hope Mr. McCormick got his, because he was supposed to get some too.
Not that, because I'll never be here 20 years.
I mean, not the Leos, honey, it was, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to call you honey. It's just a southern hog here. That was embarrassing.
John, that's so nice. I used to go to
I didn't mean to say that. I call all my guests honey, you know, I'm sorry.
I've been called Lord.
We worked together for 5 years. I called him honey all the time.
That was 11.
It's 11 now.
My God.
I'm sorry, y'all, I'm embarrassed now, okay. We gotta have a little fun, but I'm sorry.
No, that's okay.
No, we did our best.
No, well, you know, you're not done. I mean, you can still affect this. I mean, that's the thing. There's, you know, we passed it and we're done. We've reduced it a time or two, and, you know, we need to keep reducing it and get to there. And, you know, the officers are very thankful it happened, you know, and you saw, it was almost an immediate change. We lost 3 people almost immediately once that went through, which of course, the payroll went down. So you know.
For retirement,
Yeah.
they're retired.
Because they're eligible. And, you know, I'm past due. We've got one who's within 4 years. And, you know, they're going to start clicking off as you fund this. So you are going to see a return. But, you know, when you talk about things that, you know, keep the officers happy, you know, it's really, you know, you pat them on the back, you give them good equipment to work with, you give them transportation that gets them to A and B, which is, you know, that's what this budget addresses. And when we can do stuff like that, when we can enhance safety, when we can make sure that they can get out when they call on the radio, or make sure they get from A to B safely in a vehicle, make sure they got good equipment to work when they get there, that's the pay. Because a lot of them, although they never admitted a lot of this stuff, and I've said it many times, you know, I can't believe you get paid to do this, because it's just that type of a job. When you're an adrenaline person, I mean, it's that type of a job.
There's no question that we appreciate what you do for our citizens and for the fire department, what you all do, and life-saving crew, because this is what we need you all. I mean, we need you all, and this is what we're doing, trying to fund this and you all. And I just can't say enough good things, because you're there for us when we need you.
Well, and your task is little, I mean, you know, I sit here and watch Jennifer Militia go, okay, now the revenues. Okay, well, You know, if our revenues get real high, that means people stop visiting town because we've made too many arrests and stopped wrote too many tickets. So you know, it's so you look at somebody like that can earn income, and then you look at like us and the fire department, and it's like, yeah, we're a drain on the revenue. However, you know, essential services, I mean, you know, if you want to keep civilization stable, toilets have to flush, trash has to be picked up, and the police and fire have to show up when you call. I mean, that's just government 101. And trying to budget us to where we're really the drain as opposed to being the contributors, you know, I can see it, I get it, it's a tough job.
And it's a sacrifice. I mean, both jobs are sacrifices, and it seems to be getting worse and worse with what happens to police, and I'm sorry that that's happening, it's sad, but
Well,
I
I-
do wanna make sure you know that we do appreciate everybody.
Well, we appreciate it, and I wouldn't want to be sitting here whether, you know, trying to decide whether we need to build a new sliding board or we need to, you know, replace the air pack for the fire department. You know, to me, that's a no-brainer, because I'm not looking at the politics behind it. But, I mean, it's a tough decision to make. You got tough decisions you have to make. Yeah, and you know, somebody's gonna get the knife and somebody's gonna bleed. I mean, that's just the way it is.
Tony, if I remember right, when I came on council, and we've got 3 new council members, would you mind just explaining the concept of LEOs and the benefit to the police department and to the town, just briefly?
Sure, it's, LEOs is what it used to be called. It used to be called Law Enforcement Officer Supplemental Retirement. It's now called VALOR's, Virginia Law Officers Retirement System. What that does, it's designed to enable officers to work 25 years and then retire at age 50. At 51, I'm gonna tell you, I mean, I'm still in good shape, but I have no business out here fighting a 19-year-old at all. I mean, it's designed to get the police out of the uniforms before some of those long-term health things that are covered by code. The Police Firefighter Heart Lung Act covers a lot of stuff for police and firefighters. If I was to have a stroke and survive, even if I was home laying in bed, that's work-related because of the occupation, and the code says it's work-related. And what's that mean? That means we're gonna continue to pay for that long after I'm gone, as a locality. You may have to carry on paying my medical benefits, you may have to carry on paying medicine for me or a firefighter. So this is designed to get us out the door by 50 when we start to enter that risk group. So it costs extra. The entire cost for retirement for the entire jurisdiction goes up, but only the police and firefighters who are full-time, and certainly EMS workers if they're full-time, are allowed to participate. Once you opt into it, you can't back out of it. We opted in a couple years ago, so we're carrying this forever. It was a decision we made. However, when you look at the immediate effects that we had, all of a sudden, you know, we lose 3 people who were hitting that high-risk group, who were 3 of our highest-paid employees. You know, all of a sudden they're off of our payroll. So now while there is a cost, we are seeing a savings. Your long-term savings, and I've said this forever, your 1 heart attack that we survive and go disabled on could break us, because we're gonna carry that forever until that person passes away. However, this shifts that burden. This gets them out the door before they have that heart attack. So what we did to make it affordable, we started, help me, was it 35%?
It's 70/30,
30. We started paying 30% of our own health
but
insurance.
everybody's paying part of their health insurance.
Yeah, everybody's paying now. But we started paying 30% of our own health insurance to offset the cost of the retirement for everybody going up. And, you know, we took 5% 1 year and 5% the next, I think. We chipped at that 30% to get us down to 20. Getting us down to level with everybody else would be fabulous. Probably can't do that in 1 year, I get that, but the officers see that as a raise. When all of a sudden they get this much more in their paycheck, it's like, oh, that helps. Especially when you got the folks who are new making $32,000, $33,000 a year.
But also you have to understand to help fund that with VRS, the way it's set up in the system is that it's spread across your entire full-time employee population. So our rate basically jumped from 6.68 to 10.44 for everybody. but, you know, the police officers are the ones that, you know, get to participate in the program.
Where this does benefit you long-term, you know, quite honestly, the state gave money to localities years and years ago to join this program, early 80s. For whatever reason then, Abingdon opted not to opt in. They gave the money to the officers in the form of a raise, and that's where it stayed. We were one of, Saltville's in it just about every locality around us is in it. What that allows though, we've already got it in place. Should we ever go full-time fire department, guess who else is gonna be in it? Your full-time fire officers. It's one of those things you put in place and it does. It affects the rate for every employee, every paid employee. But it's the higher risk employees that are able to take advantage of it. Because and I say this, our job between us and Public Works, we're your biggest liability. And, you don't need a 60-year-old man out here chasing an 18-year-old. It's not gonna end well. He's either gonna use force too early or he's gonna have force used against him that will result in his death or he's gonna injure himself. So that's sort of the baseline for the Valor system.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That may have been more than you wanted.
No, I think that the council needs to hear this, because they're new and they don't probably never heard of Leo's or whatever you call it now. But I think it's very important that the town have this, and I support, over a period of time, if we're able to give it to you the way it should be done, 100%.
I do too.
Yeah, and here again, that's y'all are moving the
Yeah,
shells
yeah.
here, and but that a reduction in that would help. That's a biggie for the staff. So.
Your department and the fire department and the public works department, I think, are the people who put faces on public service around here. And I think I speak for the rest of the council when I say we appreciate it.
Well, thank you. And, we take a lot of pride in making sure we try to hire the right people. I'm gonna tell you, I hired people the wrong way when I first started 16 years ago. I hired the smartest and thought that was it. But the smartest was usually the one with the worst personality and got the most complaints. We started hiring based on character, and we worried about academics second. And since we started hiring character-based, we want to dig deep in your background. We sit you down with several people. You're interviewed by a different group of folks that work in the agency. We're getting a better employee, and we're getting people who want to stick here.
Real tough jobs, too.
Can be. You have your days.
Tough jobs.
But so anyway, I don't know. Where did we leave off?
Well,
What do we want to talk about? Everything else is so small. Travel. Look at travel. It's a 25% increase. Really, if you look and see how I've broken it down. TDO transports cost me about $5,500 a year, but I can't I don't know how many people are going to commit. So I'm not taking my highest year. I'm taking about an average. The rest of that is just our normal folks that we send for training, things to do. That's their lodging, that's meals while they're gone, that's fuel expenses while they travel for
Could you
training.
explain that to the new council too? Isn't that where you take mental patients?
Yes.
I think we addressed that in the
Yeah.
council.
Okay, so
meeting.
you all know about that?
Yeah.
Okay. I just want to make
Sorry.
sure y'all know. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, so, we do, I think I have a TDO piece in here somewhere. I'll show you that stuff. There it is. Last year we were down, 2018, we spent about $96.50. 2017 we spent over $20,000. So, and that's not just, that's officer cost, that's travel cost, that's everything involved. That's what we paid. That's not just the travel portion. That travel portion obviously is about a third of that number. So that's what we're shooting at there. So that's why you see an increase there. Gas, diesel, ammunition, it's all about the same. Training. Training is, now I have a lot of training requests, and as you see how they're broken out, I'm gonna skip down, the top three say continuing education. Let's skip down to where it says Pell's Leadership School. Police Executive Leadership School was put on by the Chiefs Foundation. It's a $3,500 cost for tuition. It's held at the University of Richmond. I went through it in 2000. I was one of the first, I think I was the second group that went through. It's a 3-week course, but it's taught over 3 months. And it's all about leadership, and it looks at leadership in different areas, from literature to art to the Bible. It's one of the most interesting leadership, military. It's one of the most interesting leadership courses I've ever been. I never thought I'd be in law enforcement, and one of the textbooks they sent me was Antigone. I'm like, why am I reading Sophocles? You know, I couldn't even say his name. But
They
one,
wanted you well-rounded.
yes, and they did want us well-rounded, but it's one of the most beneficial courses. Lieutenant Holbrook needs this because he needs. I'm just going to say this. I'm not going to be here forever. Everybody knows that. I'm old. It might be tomorrow that I just not wake up. I need somebody to be leadership oriented and ready to go. Just even if it's temporary. You know, even if it's just till you decide who you want to be.
I think you ought to interview other people.
to decide if I should be here or not. Even if it's just temporary, you're going to need somebody. This is really the time for him to go. Oddly enough, the cost of that has not changed. When I went through it in 2000, it was $3,500, and it's still $3,500. So that's an increase that I don't have. The other things are, everything below there, the chief conference is $500. I didn't go this year. Couldn't go. May go next year. RMS user conference, we spend $1,000. That's our computer system that we use. The reason there's 4 people that go that is because there are specialty areas that they work in, and when we go down there, you can break out into those specialty areas. School safety conference, it costs $500 for each of our SROs to go to that. We have 2 of them. The forensics conference, it costs $500 for each of our forensic technicians to go to that. Here again, they also update their training. Academy tuition, we have to pay a yearly tuition to the academy. Right now, we're paying $338 per officer per year. So 338 times 24, so we're looking at about $8,200 for there. That's something we have to pay. 8112. Because we're a member of the academy, we have to send them tuition for every officer. Now, what's that cover? That covers every class we want to attend at the police academy for free. We don't pay. So we do take advantage of a lot of training there. Because we have to keep our in-service hours up, we have to meet minimum requirements every 2 years. All right, get back to the top 3. Continuing education. I have forever paid college tuition for guys who are seeking advanced degrees. I think you get a better employee, and they tend to stick with you. The first one, Jason Austin, he wants to enroll in a graduate level program, and he's not done so yet. He's waiting to see if we get funded. For the year, he's going to spend $3582. The second one, Adam Heath is enrolled in a cybersecurity program at Old Dominion University, but he's taking it here. I think y'all heard a little bit about cybersecurity yesterday. That's something that can not only benefit us as a department, that could actually benefit Adam later down the line if he wanted to retire and do that. And then Mark Ferris is enrolled at Old Dominion University. He's pursuing his bachelor's degree. And this is, we funded him last year in the budget. That's why you see this increase. I have a couple new things. I have a couple new people trying to pursue some advanced work, and then a leadership program. So that's where that increase comes there.
I had a question.
Yes.
I can't remember. I'll get back.
Okay.
These people have been with you for how many years?
Adam Heath's going on year 12. Jason Austin is year 10. Mark Ferris is relatively new. He's in year 2.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's not, that truthfully, they'll probably retire here. 3 of them. So.
And everything, like all the academy is mandatory.
Right, and we have to have 40 hours continuing education every 2 years. If you're an instructor, you have to have an additional instructor hours every 2 years. And you have to make sure that you're hitting those tick marks. And it's broken up. We have You have to have 4 hours of legal education every 2 years, 2 hours of cultural diversity, and the remaining 32 can sort of be anything. Now, we get that different ways in different places because we don't need to send everybody to the academy at one time. So, you know, some of it's done online, some of it's done through where we send them to specialized schools and other places and accounts. So, I guess the next big one's gonna be, this is gonna be outlay. Probably. Capital outlay. You see a pretty large increase, but since he's in the room, I'm gonna skip down to, where I have $225,000 for replacement radio system. The radio system split amongst 2 departments would cost us about $450. Got a breakdown of the radio system. Current radio system we have is 7 years old. We sort of bought it out of pocket, and this radio system worked everything: police, fire, public works. Everybody's attached to it. We got word that Washington County was going to be replacing some stuff in the not too distant future, and we need to be what's called P25 compatible. P25 is a standard, it's an abbreviation for Project 25. It's a set of standards for digital mobile radio communications that the federal government's put in. And they want, anytime you put in a new infrastructure, they want it to meet this P25 standard. We didn't worry too much about it 7 years ago, even though we're P25 compatible locally, because the county system wasn't P25 compatible. We didn't have to sort of go whole hog. The counties said, well, when we put this in, it's going to be P25. Basically, that means if we're not the same standard, we won't have a communication system. This will be just for fire and police. This will not be, I think CJ is working on different options for public works to talk, that's much cheaper. But I need you to sort of change your frame of mind when you see this. Now this 225 or 450 is that's sticker shock, I get it. That's not as expensive as it could be. This is by no means the top of the line system. This is a good workable system. To me, that's bothersome. I would love to say we're putting in top of the line, because if I'm a fireman and I'm crawling through a building covered in smoke, and I can't see anything, and all I've got's a flashlight, and all I see is smoke, and all I can hear is who's talking to me on the outside or who I'm talking to, I would rather be crawling through there with $1 million radio as opposed to one that costs $2,200. This is what we currently use. It's good. It works great for the fire department. They have a few hiccups. It's not great for us. We still have places in this town where I get an officer out of the car, he can't talk. Actually, Valley Street, he gets out of the car, he can't talk. He's in the shadow of antennas. He's in the shadow of repeaters. He's not covered. This system is addressing that by adding a piece that would help get that signal all the way around. You know, if you picture the officer when he gets out of the car, you know, he's got 2 things keeping him alive: his brain and his radio. Forget the gun and the ballistic vest. If he can't talk and call for help, and if he can't think, he's not going to live. Firefighters are the same way. I'll let the chief speak to the firemen. I tried that once and it was too hot, and I got blistered all over my neck when they sprayed water, and I got out of that building as fast as I could, and I said, that's not a place for me. But I know what they go through when they're in there. It's confusing. And so what are we talking about? We're talking about replacing all of these, which are portable radios. We're talking about replacing every radio in every police or fire truck, police car, fire truck. We're also talking about putting in the cards in the dispatch consoles so the dispatchers can actually hear us and talk to us. And we have to replace our repeater stations to get all this to work. CJ has done a masterful job in trying to cut costs but extend life. You know, quite honestly, you're going to get 7 to 8 years out of what we do. He's even looked at purchasing an extended warranty, which we've included in this price, which will give us a 5-year warranty.
Should a new system, has it been put to the test to make sure it's a lot better than it's going on?
That's why we're buying it. So, Yeah, he's had stuff here, we've been playing with stuff for 6 months. We've been playing with radios, we've been
Making
playing,
sure.
yeah, so what we're looking at is, our asking price is $450. We think it's gonna come in lower than that. I don't know how much lower. I'm hoping $425. But I'd hate to budget $425 and it's not to get there. I think $450 is a good chin-up bar for us.
I wanted to say this before you go any further. I did speak with Mr. Biddle, and I actually put a phone call into Mr. Berry, but Mr. Biddle, I didn't speak to you, I'm sorry, I spoke to Chuck. Chuck talked to you. Regardless, there's power in numbers. If we could get together, if Washington County hadn't already purchased their radios, I thought maybe we could do some type of purchase, you know how to do that, Mr. Banner, and try to get it all together at one, and we might save more money than what you're thinking.
Well, here's the problem. They're not ready right now.
When will they be ready?
Probably gonna be another year. But here's where we are. We've gotta move now, because our stuff's falling apart. He doesn't have a radio right now, because he had to give his radio to one of the officers.
Yes, sir.
Because her radio, all of a sudden, when you turn it on, it just goes into scan and won't do anything else. We're 7 years past. All we can do, we can repair, but if we repair, we're looking at $1,000 to $1,400. Where at this radio with them, I think we paid $12, $13 for it. So we're at end of life. They've still got another year or so on their system. Our system's a plug and play with theirs. Once we set up, basically they flip a switch on. We can work with this system that they've got, and we can work with the new one, because it'll all be P25 standard. The other agencies in the county, Damascus is already P25 compliant. Glade, I don't think is. And I think Emory may be.
I know you probably already checked on this, but how about, I went online to try to see if there's any grants, anything to help us with purchasing the radios, with
Well,
grants or federal funding?
You know, it seems to me that all the federal funding, it goes different ways, but right now, no, there's not a lot out there. At times it ebbs and flows. It's either pouring out and you can't spend enough of it, or you're not getting any. Right now, it seems like we're in a little drought.
The county has trying right now to get an EMS grant, but that'll only cover the EMS departments, the life-saving crews. It won't take care of police, it won't take care of fire.
That's what I called Mr. Berry about, to see if he could tell us what grants we could get.
And it's so weird, like for us, I mean, the federal government targets things for us like bulletproof vest replacement. That's what they push that. For fire, it's more like they want you to replace your air packs and stuff. And you know, those things are there, and those are targeted for you, so you can grab those things. The stuff that, you know, you really need, it's not as easy to find a grant for the type of money we're talking. I'd say system-wise, I'd say we're at a mid-grade system. It's certainly better than where we are. It's not as good as it could be, but if you want as good as it can be, you're looking at $1 million. So I think this is a workable solution for the next 7 or 8 years. You know, I think in that time, you know, we also start figuring out what we're gonna do. Are we gonna build in replacements, or are we gonna just every 7 or 8 years just can it all and start all over? You know, so, which that was not done with this. You know, we were dealing with equipment that was so old. When we switched to this, we were just happy and nobody thought anything about it. All of us were like, oh yeah, great, it's new and it works.
And how old is this?
7 going on 8.
I think CJ took the right steps to do an extended warranty. That'll give you,
I
I don't know how much money that costs, but if you're versus repairing and paying for that versus a warranty, I think that was a good idea.
And really, I want to say the number he told me was around 5% per radio, and that sounds a lot until you think, well, if something goes wrong, you just send it back and they send you another one. So it's, especially if we're going 5 years, I mean, it's a 1% increase per year for cost.
So they send you a new radio instead of refurbished?
Or repairs would be covered. I mean, if you know, with these, I mean, these were good for a long time. Like now, it's supposed to click when you turn it on. Mine doesn't even click. It just sort of does its own thing. It's just, they're end of life is where they are. And they take a beating, you know. This is hanging on everybody's belt. It's hanging off every fireman's turnout gear. And, you know, we're crawling, we're wrestling, we're in and out of tight spaces, we're rolling around the streets. I mean, they do take a beating. So they've got to make them durable, and you got to pay for that durability.
And if having 40 volunteers, everybody still has to carry a pager. That's $500 right there.
Yeah. So, So radio system is a biggie. Cars, we had 3, we cut it down to 2. 18,000, it costs about $9,000 to outfit a car. By the time we switch everything over, add everything in, put the stickers on it, make it look like a police car, we're looking at about $9,000 a car. So those two numbers are linked, the 65,000 and 18,000 are linked. Want to replace half of our ballistic vest. Here again, we're still into the bulletproof grant replacement. If we buy them, we can recoup 50% of that cost back from the federal government. You got to front the money and then they send it back to you. So we're looking at replacing half of what we got, 12 of the 24. It runs about $7,400 for new body armor for half of the department.
And what can we do with the ones that are, I guess, practice?
Yeah.
What? Paintball?
Yeah, because quite honestly, there's not a lot you can do with them because if you take one and go commit a crime with it, you know, that adds, that's a felony penalty that's added on top. So you know, we turn them back in, they get to be destroyed and start all over.
So you're not supposed to have anything like, put them in storage, that's a good idea, and pay for it, right? That'll save us.
With the other $8,000.
Could we put it in one of the other pods?
Yeah, why not?
Or we can recycle it.
Something else we can't do anymore, right?
Right, now we're gonna do that though, I have faith. But so you're not supposed to have any,
The consumers can buy them.
oh, they can?
Yeah, you can buy them as a consumer, but you know, we just can't get rid of it as the government. We just can't
Oh,
put
I
that
don't,
people.
yeah, and I just, don't take me wrong, I just wanna know what the legal part is.
So our current vests are level 3, 3A, which are the best that you can get and still be able to move.
Yeah.
Work. I mean, any more than that, you're talking about hard plates. Right. An officer can't really move around. And they're warranted for 5 years from the manufacturer. Could they work after 5 years? More than likely, but it's depending on moisture levels. So, and you want to test that. That's kind of
The degradation of the vest usually comes from moisture, humidity. Of course, you know, I mean, you see where it is. We've actually gone to this external carrier to keep it. I mean, back when I started, you wore this under all your clothes. And, I mean, this external carrier, you don't sweat near as much. But again, eventually this wicks into your panels, and you know, as anything else, when it gets wet, it starts to rot. So they recommend 5-year replacement. We can, and that's sort of what we followed. And we try to always maintain our standing in the bulletproof partnership with the government, to where you get some money back.
That's good. Did you say replacement, I'm sorry, level 3A is an alpha?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Did you say something after that? Level 3A?
That's as high as you can get and still be comfortable. There's level 4s and I want to say 5, but
Well, you get to
becomes
level
into-
5, and that's at native.
It's like metal plates. So yeah,
It's
you're
not
actually.
comfortable, it's like
no.
you're in body armor,
So this is,
Can't stand up without a crane.
like a horse, medieval times, okay.
so this is the normal what most agencies issue to their officers.
Tony, you're right about one thing. All of this at one time, fitting it in a budget is very difficult for the council. Is there any way to spread this cost over some period of time, maybe 2 fiscal years or something like that?
You know, one of the things, like the radio system, to me, one of the smarter options for the radio system, you don't fund it, is to lease it. You know, do a lease plan. Put that out there. You know, you could put a 4 to 5 year lease out there.
Have you researched the numbers, like how much more it's gonna cost us to lease it than to buy it? Or-
No, but I mean, Chuck's been really savvy on these big ticket lease prices.
But you're saying like these guys right here really aren't worth anything to sell them?
We're actually getting a trade-in.
Oh, really?
He's already figured in a trade-in.
Okay.
They're gonna give us $120. I know our trade-in value is gonna be, we're gonna get like $46,500 in trade-in.
Okay.
So
Is it already reflected on the 450?
yes, that's already figured in there.
Okay.
So yeah, I mean, he's already worked a deal with the manufacturers who are saying, well, if we did this, and he keeps going, well, what would you trade in for us? And so based on everything that we have that we could turn in, they would trade in like for like. So we have to buy one for them to trade in.
Right.
And so I think that number was $46,500.
So a lease plan is just a basic, it's just lease only, it's not a lease to purchase, and you probably
Well, we,
wouldn't go full with a lease to
I mean,
purchase, would you?
in the end, we would own the
Oh, you
equipment.
would, so it's
but-
lease to purchase,
Yeah.
okay. I didn't know what would be feasible.
So that would be, yeah, I mean, that's a big ticket item. I mean, you're looking at $450,000. I mean, so that's something that we could lease, run that lease down.
Do you think they would offer the, placement, or the extended warranty on a lease? I don't know.
Well, see, we'd be working the deal with the manufacturer. So whoever would be our low bid, that's who we'd be working the deal with. How we pay for it to them, they don't care. So whichever bank lends us, they don't.
Okay. Okay, I got you. Not leased from the company, but I got you, it's a bank loan, okay. I was following some other pathway. I'm good. Thank you. That's okay.
So I think that's one piece. You know, I don't know, I mean, there's been some talk, Chuck even talked about leasing cars, leasing police cars. I mean, to me, that's one of those double-edged swords. You either go pay it now or pay it later. You know,
I think Mr. Bevins' numbers, he's got some numbers that has, it may contradict kind of that mindset, but he's, I don't know if he's.
When you say lease police
Did you
cars,
say-
are you saying like actually leasing them?
lease them,
them?
3-year lease plan. You know, right now
I
that
guess
number is,
What happens if you beat it all to pieces?
well, that's figured into your lease.
Okay.
Here's the deal with that. You know, we run 10 marked patrol cars. We try to replace 2 a year, put them on tour. I mean, we don't have a big new fleet. I mean, the vehicle I drive is a 2010, he's driving a 2011. I mean, we try to keep the newest cars for the guys doing the real work. So every 2 years, we'll run a car 3 to 5 years before we take it out. And then we don't take them totally out of service. Then we put them to our school resource officers, so we can keep them even longer. The thing that scares me with a lease, I mean, right now, if you look at just a base lease, let's just look at a base police car price. Right now, the car we're buying is $32,500. Base lease price, say it's $750, somewhere around there. You're looking at $9,000 a year per car. So that's good on the short side. I think it's really good, because I can say, hey, I need 3 new cars. Okay, $27,000, I can get 3 new cars, $27,000 a year. By the time we get to 10 cars, we're paying $90,000 a year at the current rate. That's $90,000 a year every year. Fleet keeps getting upgraded. Here's the part that scares me. 10 years from now, John Holbrook might be the police chief, and we've already inked this lease. And we got a whole different set of faces sitting here, and we need to cut budgets. And they look at the police department and go, why are we spending $90,000 a year in cars? And they say, let's take $27,000 out of the way. Well, we've just taken away 3 police cars. And they leave at end of lease. So all of a sudden now, instead of 10 police cars that we can work parades, carnivals, foot races with, we're down to 7. That's the part that scares me the most. I think when I read this lease thing, I just, you know, and if you've ever watched Jungle Book, excuse the analogy, I know you've seen Jungle Book. Remember the snake? Trust in me. You sort of go, oh, look how low that price is. Running our numbers, we're good to year 4. We're actually saving until year 4. When we get to year 5, 5 police cars, year 5, 10 police cars, $90,000 a year. 2 police cars a year, running the 5 years, we're spending $66,000 a year. You know, it's all in which way you go. I just don't. As somebody who, let's keep this in mind. After year 5, you're going to pay that same amount forever. As one of the few department heads who still lives in town and who's still a taxpayer, long term, I don't know that we want to hang that around anybody's neck.
They're thinking, I can tell they're thinking.
We've had this discussion. We're on different sides of this table. I mean, we are, and I
think the chief's numbers are off a little bit, but because if you're looking at 2 vehicles per year, it's a 5-year cycle. The 5-year cycle is about $7,500 a year per vehicle. 2 vehicles at 60. The numbers as we ran them, and I simply took the current lease, the current price, didn't inflate, because I figure both are gonna go up. You know, the $32,000 vehicle 5 years from now is not gonna be $32,000. A $7,500 lease is not gonna be $7,500. So, but I just kept a flat amount. Your savings do come, but once you are there, it appears from the numbers I ran that you don't have a big savings. It's about similar cost. But your savings do come up front. And I think one of the things that Chuck and I were looking at as you look forward, that you have to fund a budget. The budget is not near balanced at this time, so it's an option to look at.
And when you were running those figures, you ran the maintenance too, didn't you?
No, I simply took what we were looking at, the cost was
The warranty stays the
purchase
same.
vehicle.
Yeah, the maintenance will be a lot different.
Warranty stays the same, no matter if you leasing or purchasing.
What about the residual of the cars that you own, since you don't technically ever own anything? I mean, do we ever sell surplus cars?
Before we went to the lease, we did sell surplus cars. Now that we're on the lease, basically, I give them to Chuck and he turns them all into enterprise, which helps pay down the lease for the cars we own. You know, there's also the cost, there's ancillary costs. You know, we can call any of these people and say, hey, we want a police car, this is what we want to look at. One of the things that they do though is they limit some of the equipment that they will install on it. Of course, anything we add, that adds a cost. So, you know, when we lease the car, that's price A. Then when we say, oh, add blue lights and siren and X, Y, Z, some of the things that won't add, like our camera package that we run, because there's we have to add that in. So, you know, you know, in the end, bottom line, 10 years from now, you're gonna look at this and go, it's a push. Actually, it's a push in my favor. Buying 2 cars a year is cheaper. Not by much, but it's cheaper. Difference is I own those cars, or the town owns those cars. And when we decide to cut the car budget, the cars aren't gonna go away. I can stretch a car for another year. When I decide to cut that lease, in the lease, guess what happens? They come get it. And here's the other unseen. You know, in the past, I've funded vehicles through alternate means. One of the reasons my vehicles got askew was because I got a big grant a few years ago from USDA, ended up buying 5 police cars at one time. We had 3 budgeted, and they gave me a grant for 2. This year, we used a grant for 1. We paid 1, they paid $25,000 toward another. In the past, I've also funded them from asset forfeiture money, stuff that I seize. The newest vehicle in the fleet belongs to the drug investigator. I bought his truck out of asset forfeiture. So there's other ways to do this. I just don't think for us, I mean, if we're gonna do everybody get a car, where we're gonna issue them to everybody, I think a lease is the way to go. But when we're running out of a fleet and that fleet size is finite, once we start terminating lease and reducing cost, we start losing police cars altogether.
And I take it there's no grant money available at this time?
Well, I mean, we just got USDA, so we'll be another year off before we can get USDA.
Tony, did I understand you, that you're not opposed to leasing the radios, but you are opposed to leasing?
Yeah, I think if you're gonna lease an asset, I think something like the radio system, of course, that's also gonna be a much bigger cost. I think leasing that radio system would be a better way to go as opposed to leasing a vehicle.
The
So-
difference is you own the radios at the end of the lease, you don't own the vehicle.
Yeah.
But you may own a radio that needs to be replaced, because it's 7 years old.
We own a lot of those.
Thanks, man. Thanks a lot.
Like the ones we've got.
Yeah, we own a lot of those.
Yeah, I do think that, you know, as he said, the radio system for the next 7 years. Now, if you go out and you do a 15-year bond
Yeah, I know.
issue, then you're gonna be paying for,
Something you don't.
yeah,
I got you.
so it's,
Okay, are you done, Tom?
Just, if y'all wanna fire any more things off, I'm here.
Council have any questions? or-
Did you think of your question?
Yeah, well, I wanted to tell John, I saw you on television with the security. I think it was you, you did a good job with that, thank you, on public TV there. I'm
You
not.
should be on private TV.
I don't wanna, I just wanna help, okay? That's what I'm here for, that's my job. And I've thought about this for the last 2 years. What about a policeman's masquerade ball or a fundraiser one day?
Have you seen us dance?
No, but that would be it, right there, pay to see Tony Sullivan dance.
I think he's doing something with the egg hunt there, right?
Are you doing?
I was supposed to, but I want to be in Alabama that weekend. That just hit me, that was the 13th.
So John's gonna stay.
John's gonna stay. Actually, really what that was, is I was gonna throw eggs at one of their employees up there who I've known since he was that,
But I
Nancy
mean, have
Head's
you
son.
considered that seriously? I mean, and I am trying to come up with all
I'm a little-
kinds of help.
I'm a little different, you know, the sheriff's, don't say that, we're live. There are other agencies who do a lot of fundraising. You know, I'm old school and conservative, and I still live here and I still pay taxes. And quite honestly, if I can't make this place run on what you give me, you probably need to find somebody different.
Well,
And that's my attitude. So, and I think that people pay taxes. And so when they pay taxes, and then I'll show up and go, hey, can you give us more money for this? It's almost like, you mean you can't manage the money that we're giving you in the first place?
Yeah, well,
And
that's
so-
a good, but I'm not going there, okay? I'm not being condescending.
No,
or
no,
anything
no,
like
but
that, you
but
know?
it's when I start doing that, you know, when I start having to reach out for other funding other than tax dollars, you know, I think a lot of times I see that as mismanagement of the funds. You know, that means the boss needs to do better.
It's just a big surprise. $450,000 is a lot of money with our budget, and it's a big surprise, that's all.
Well, I just want you to know, I appreciate what you all do for the community and how important it is for safety of
Oh,
the citizens.
yes, yes.
And, it's a big job, it's a tough job, and it's a tough job with this budget
Well, I
also,
think
but,
at the end of the day, if
But-
you look at the numbers there, his
Yeah.
budget's only $174,000 more, which means he's cut quite a bit.
I don't run fat anyway. I never have. If y'all go back, 16 years, I run lean. Everything is
So
lean.
you should be commended for
I-
getting that close, honestly.
You know, and I try not to. I don't sit stuff in there just to cut. I set stuff that we need. And if it doesn't make it, I'll do without. I mean, that's sort of how it's brought up. I mean, if you don't get funded, you do without. You figure it out. That's not easy. It's not easy when you're talking about people's lives these days. I'm lucky that we've got a really good partner, a good relationship with our fire department. I mean, he's
Yeah.
next. But, you know, there are some places where you can't get the police and fire in the same room. And that's not how it is here. I mean, we've got a good relationship, and you won't see many places coming and going, hey, the police and fire department are asking you to do this together. Most of the time, it's the police walk in and ask for X, and John will tell you, and the fire walks in and asks for Y, and then everybody's mad because they cut from both of them. We're fortunate that we can work together on projects like this. And in the truth of the matter is, long term, it's saving the taxpayers money because we can utilize one radio system.
Well, I just hope that didn't go over the wrong way.
No, no,
I
no.
started not to say it, but if I don't say it, then I'm gonna regret I didn't say it.
All right.
And the one thing I want you to know is it wasn't being, like I said, it's not condescending, it's not tacky or distasteful or anything like that. I'm a problem solver, so I wanna make sure I cover all the bases. And the taxpayers are believing in me to help them as well, so.
Well-
But what you do well.
And I think that I'm gonna take your suggestion. John Holbrook we're gonna have Abingdon Dancing with the Stars.
All right, that's cool. But you'll have to do that too.
We can mold around the calendar.
What?
A calendar help you
He's
push the
hold
calendar.
around the calendar.
I think we could. I think all the firemen.
Yeah, I think it would be.
Nobody wants to see
fun.
the police on the calendar. Nobody wants to see us.
I think it would be fun. It would be an activity, and you know what, it would also get the public together with the police officers and the fire department and get to know each other.
Well, we've been fortunate, I know from the police side, probably the fire side, too, we've been fortunate, this community has always been very supportive. They rarely, 16 years here, which, for me, which is amazing in and of itself, but 16 years and the times that I could count the community actually calling and griping and not less than one hand. I mean, we've been fortunate.
All right, thank you so much, Tom. We
Yes,
appreciate
thank
it.
I get your hint, Mayor.
If his phone goes off again, I'll call you.
Call me back.
All right, thank you, Mr.
Oh,
Sullivan.
I left my hat way on the other side.
Thank you. Thank you.
Chief, I warmed that one up.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Holbrook. Appreciate you. Have a good day. Thank you.
You want to take a break? Hey, John, the council needs to take a break.
Just
If you
a
don't
restaurant.
mind. We'll be in recess for 10 minutes or so.
That why you're fidgeting?
Stretch our legs.
Yeah, I hope.
Council, let's get back to work,
Yes, sir.
please. Let's get back to work. John, the floor is yours.
John's a good song and dance man.
I think this calendar idea,
What's that?
your calendar
Oh,
idea.
yeah, we talked about that times, then I looked around the fire station. Even our best looking guy wouldn't look like that.
Johnny Ben, hey, take a listen to you.
They know. I tell them to do it. Not a whole lot's changed. Of course, we had the same thing with the radios at the police department. We just kind of split that in two.
I guess your two biggest things would be the capital outlay, and we got those two positions.
Yeah.
It's really about the only, I mean, we can go through there, but John's pretty much, nothing really changed.
Let's see, we had contractual services that went up just a little because we have the rescue tools and stuff have to be serviced every so often. And up front, we've got a company that's gonna come in $4,500 for 3 years. And that'll just be a one-time upfront cost, and they'll service them for 3 years. And in that service, we've got battery-powered hydraulic tools or battery-powered cutters and stuff used to get picked by wrecks. And they give you a free battery every time they do the service on the tool, and that's a cost savings in itself. But basically, that's what the increase in that was for, just the service agreement on those tools.
Does that include sharpening the axes?
I guess the biggest expense I'm looking at is still trying to get 2 paid firemen. Volunteering, like I say, every year, it's just not what it used to be. We used to have a waiting list. I've got 3 applications right now. And most of the times I get applications, they think we're a full-time fire department. That's what they think they're applying for, is a full-time job. It's a full-time job, but you don't get paid for it.
Surprise.
But just trying to inch them in at a time. It's inevitable that sooner or later it's gonna have to go full paid, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, every shift. Right now, I've got 32 volunteer firemen and myself, which is full-time. But it's just going to where, it's better to get 2 at a time through the years instead of trying to get 15 or 20 all at once.
How many volunteers do you have right now? I'm sorry.
32.
32 volunteers.
So you're the only full-time?
Yes.
How many part-time?
Well, everybody's considered part-time now, because we had ended up going from 1099s to W-2s a couple of years back. Didn't used to have to count that at all, but now we do. And then the internal auditor didn't like us getting 1099s. They said we actually needed to get W-2s and make us part-time employees. And right.
Added taxes and
Yeah,
everything on
yeah.
it too.
Well, that was the problem. And even with the 1099s, when they gave us those, some of the younger guys, even though we told them, didn't realize you better save some money back, because
Yeah.
when Uncle Sam gets that 1099, he's gonna come to you for what needs to be paid, and they weren't saving that money. And then they were caught paying whatever at the end of the year.
W-2 actually protected them rather
Right.
than hurt them.
Right now, everybody across the board that's volunteer makes $12 per call per hour. So if we're on call for 2 hours, I get 24 bucks. One thing in my budget, it's never been done before, but to try to, you've got the chief, and then there's more officers, and then you get to the firefighters. And what I want to do is make different, like firefighters, senior firefighters, master firefighters, and as they get the training and get more responsibility, give them like a 50-cent raise to each till they get up to the deputy chief level. And that would take the lowest firefighter right now from $12 an hour to a deputy chief at $16.50 an hour, which still ain't a lot of money, but it's still paying for they got more responsibility than this guy. If I'm not there, somebody has to take my place. If the next guy in line's not there, then it filters all the way down. So that was one thing. I first put in an extra $25,000 for that, and I based it off of last year's numbers, and that was a record year for us. We had 635 calls. almost 100 more than we had the year before. Right now, we just hit our 100 call mark, and we're just into 40, 45 days, 30, how many days have we agreed to? 65 days into the year. So we're at 100 calls in 65 days. And doing that with volunteers, we've got a part-time paid crew during the day from 8 to 4. And that's just because people, used to, people could get off work. They can't anymore. The employers won't let them. So we try to keep 4 people there, because OSHA says if we go to a house fire, we have to have 2 people inside if they have to go in, and 2 people outside in case something happens to them. So we need 4 people on a truck when we send it out. So that's what we're faced with there. When they hired me, of course, we adopted the fire code, hoping that we'd be able to do inspections and get some money back for that, but that's turned into too much for me to do and not be able to get out and do the inspections. And right now, I'm the only one certified that can do the inspections. These 2 firefighters, if we could get them hired, I would get them trained, and they would be firefighters / fire inspectors, and they could go out during the day and do inspections, kind of alternate to where they don't get burned out on it, but take 2 days out of the 4 days out of the week, 2 of them do a 2-day, or one do a 2-day, and the next one do the next 2 days, and that way we get some revenue coming back in. Of course, it's probably only get enough money to pay for maybe 1 or 1.5 of those positions if we inspected every commercial building in town.
How much does that certification cost, John?
The certification is free through fire programs, but they don't teach those classes in this part of Virginia. That arm that goes down at Roanoke, and that's where
Richmond.
Virginia stops. They actually, you're either going to Northern Virginia or Richmond to get the classes. So there we have to pay meals, lodging, travel. So that's the expense for that, and that's just the inspector class is a 4-week class. You have to provide meals and lodging for 4 weeks.
So 4 weeks they'd stay up there,
Yeah.
consecutive days.
Right. And then if you would make them also investigators to investigate fires, which we need to do a better job at, but the time just limits us to that, then that's another 5-week course that you'd have to send them to. And those are also held in places other than Southwest Virginia.
What's the 4 weeks for, I'm sorry?
One's fire inspector and one is fire investigator. That's where we get into, we call them inspectigators.
John, let me ask you something. I don't really understand the inspections. Can you explain why we need to do inspections?
Well, basically it's just for the safety of the citizens and visitors. I mean,
Somebody told me the state fire marshal does that. I don't know if that.
They only do, and what I'm keeping up with right now, they do what is mandated by state law.
Oh.
They have to inspect schools, nursing homes, prisons, home for adults, daycare centers.
So
They have to
don't
do
inspect
that.
businesses or.
They don't
offices?
inspect hotels, motels, restaurants, nothing like that ever gets
So
inspected.
we have no inspection of hotels or.
We can now, but they would not.
But if
They
you
would
don't
not.
do it, they're not inspected.
Exactly.
Right? That's what I.
Exactly.
Now, is there a fee up front for an inspection, or is it?
Yes.
Okay.
And it's basically on square footage. If it's for like nursing homes, childcare centers, we charge them per what they are registered with social services that they can have there. Total number of kids, total number of beds, total number of patients, and that's based on a fee that we set up for that. But most of the commercial buildings would be set up by square footage.
Then I assume there's penalty fees for infractions and all that.
The first fee gives them an inspection and 1 re-inspection.
Okay.
If we have to go back for an additional inspection, they didn't fix it the first chance we gave them to fix it, then there's another $50 inspection fee. And every time we have to go back, it's $50 after that. So it kind of makes them, you better start fixing it or you're gonna spend $50 every time I come out after the second visit.
So no matter what other, the only thing mandated by the state law for the fire marshals, that's all they can inspect. They cannot inspect anything else, period.
They can, but they don't have the manpower to do it. And if they did, they would charge, and they would charge more than we charge if they did have the manpower to do it. But you take a community like we have with people coming in all the hotels and motels, you're laying down, shutting your eyes at night, and that hotel or motel's never been inspected. And you'd be surprised, just the buildings I have been able to get into, I mean, the lists are just enormous. Because they've never been inspected and people don't know. We have to educate them when we go out to what they need to look for and help for them to inspect themselves. So the next time we come in, it may not be that bad. Things that take the longest, what's going on right now is the school system. And we're in a process right now of the school system not paying the fee.
You didn't get the email we got from Cam.
We did, and we're challenging it. I think you've been on some of the emails.
Hmm?
I think you did get that, but we've been back and forth some additional things that we found, so Cam is
Okay.
looking into that further.
Yeah, it may not be that you can charge schools.
That was set up just that the state fire marshal cannot charge a school.
Yeah.
And locality can charge a school.
Okay.
When I worked for the state.
Right
that's-
now, we're
that
still
was
trying to figure
Put
out.
in there. So. It's all in where the commas and the periods are in the code.
Okay, so I'm behind the wheel.
You've been a little busy.
One thing, if we do get the 2 paid firefighters / inspectors, of course, I said, the training and everything, I can use the aid to locality money, which we get from the state every year. There's only about 9 things you can use that money for. Training is one of those. So I could use that money to get them trained and to pay the meals and lodging and stuff out of that, so it wouldn't increase our travel budget. Because we have a very little travel and training budget. Because most of our training is through the Virginia Department of Fire programs, and it's free. We just have to send the people.
Do they have like a yearly recognition for fire departments, the Virginia Department of Firefighters?
The Virginia Department of Fire programs, each year the governor gives awards at I was just at the Chiefs Conference in Virginia Beach, which has been changed now, it's called the Virginia Fire and Rescue Conference. But they give certain awards for firefighter of the year, fire chief of the year for the paid side and the volunteer side. If there's been a remarkable call, they award that.
The only
But
day
nominations are sent to the fire programs, and then they pick the winners.
The only day that I can see that it's recognized for fire departments was given by, I can't remember the association, but it was in May. Do y'all have a National Firefighters Day?
There may be a Patriots Day or something that we fall in there with. But not that we're nationally recognized that I know of.
Should be.
There's a memorial in Richmond for fire, police, and EMS, but you don't want to get your name on that wall. I promise you.
Do what now?
You don't want your name on that wall.
You don't?
Yeah, your name gets on that wall when you
On
die in the
your
line of
dead.
duty.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
I got you. I'm a little slow. Okay. Okay.
Of course, we always have to come back to the county and the money that we pay out as taxpayers in Abingdon to run fires out in the county. Last year, the town's taxpayers paid $186,000 extra to run out in the county. As to date, we run 53% of our calls out in the county, and that's as of the end of February. And we are already, they give us $70,000, and we've overspent that by $86,000 already. And we got 4 months to go. So it'll be over $100,000 again this year.
You've already overspent 86,000, did you say?
Yep, that's what town citizens have had to pay extra. And things I don't like to do or like to say, but I mean, it's not fair to our taxpayers to pay to run fire trucks out in the county.
Well, John, we're trying to, I think the town council, this town council, has a better relationship with the county, so hopefully we'll make some progress. I think that my advice is to work with them and try to explain to them what our dilemma is, because we're already paying for fire protection through our county taxes.
Exactly.
So, it's, we're trying.
We're really trying to reach out.
I think we're making progress, so.
one thing that has recently come about, of course, is the additional building that'll be going on at the Pinnacle that's gonna be out in the county. And the first thing that was said was that the money for that extra building would have, for that extra project, some of that money would go toward the fire and EMS agency that took care of that. Well, I went around and just between, say, the hospital to exit 13 and looked at what was built in the last 5 years that we've had to take care of with no additional money coming to us. And they make one project, and now they're wanting to give them money where we don't get anything. They built Walmart, all that up at exit 19. I actually figured, just not with the improvements, just the land values that were there before, not putting the buildings on them, that they've increased their revenue $8 million, and we've not got a penny from it, and we still run the calls there.
Yeah. We provide sewer and all of that. We got that. We're trying to get some help from the county.
But it just seems like our fire department's never got any representation from our supervisors. And we've got 2 and a very small part of a 3rd supervisor that takes care of the corporate limits in town. We've met with 2 of them before, under the old administration, sat down just like at a table right here face to face, told them our dilemma, what the problems were, nothing came about. It's very frustrating for me.
Yeah.
I want to provide the best service for our citizens, and I think the town of Abingdon citizens deserve that and not have to pay for, what they're not paying for.
I agree.
I think it would be beneficial if we work together. I think that's very important.
I think it is, if we can get to that point, but
We're trying.
Yeah.
I know, I've been here 40 years on the fire department, and it's been the same for 40 years, so hopefully the 41st year will be better. And Thursday night, they're gonna have their budget session and see what's been recommended, so I don't know we'll see if anything more comes, if we get more than $70,000 or not, so.
What did you ask for with them?
I asked for $374,000.
Okay.
And that was just taking last year's budget and taking the percentage for the calls that were run in and split it. They probably got 54%, town pays 46%.
Okay.
And then that also includes, I always ask, I asked you all for 2 people, I asked them for 2 people also. They have funded positions, but they fund 3 other departments in the county with paid positions. But no other departments, out of the 9, only 3 of them have paid personnel that comes from the county.
The other departments and other localities,
Washington County Fire Rescue has some pay, of course, they run EMS too, but still, under Washington County, life saving crew runs our EMS, we don't run EMS, we run strictly fire. But they don't have any paid positions from the county, and they run 4,000 calls a year, more than anybody in the whole county. Goods and Kinderhook has some paid positions. And there used to be a paid position in Glade when they had a life-saving crew, and I guess that money went to funding that private agency now, Richardson's Ambulance Service, that takes care of that area now. That's where that money went. And I think in Valley Rescue down around Clinch Mountain, Brumley Gap, I think they got a paid position for EMS.
Okay, John, anything else you need to tell us?
No, I'm like,
Council?
I'm kinda like Tony said, I mean, I'll make anything work. I love what I do. I love my job. I appreciate you all for letting me do what I do.
We do.
I wouldn't wanna do anything else. I spent 20 years somewhere that wasn't as great as this, so I appreciate it.
We do appreciate what
appreciate
y'all
you,
do.
too.
And, I mean, my men and women that work at the fire station, takes a unique person, number one, to have a job, and then to go home and go to sleep and wake up at 3 o'clock in the morning and go from 0 to 60 to wherever. I mean, we were out between 12 and 8 3 times last night.
Really?
And that's constant anymore. When you're running 600, 700 calls a year, that's a lot on somebody that's already got a job and trying to keep that job and then come out and do this for $12 an hour. and they're to be commended for it. They're what makes me look good.
And I don't think we say it loud enough sometimes how much we appreciate you.
I've always said, the ones that don't need us, we drive too fast, and the ones that do need us, we drive too slow.
I have a question, if you don't mind,
Okay.
sir. I didn't see, I don't have the drop down on this contingency. Can you drop that down?
All that contingency does is pay for our Christmas dinner that we have every year for the volunteers and their families.
That
It
was,
is,
that was nice.
it just hasn't been paid yet.
It was a very nice event. Thanks for the
Was
invite.
It hadn't been paid yet, I'm sorry, I'm
It
not
hasn't been
following.
paid this year yet. They sent a bill, but it had taxes included, and I said, we're tax exempt, so they're supposed to send us another bill. But that's right at what it costs to put that on for a little over about 150 people once a year.
The facility that you all use, do they charge?
They provide the food, and then we get the room for nothing, but we're paying for the food,
Okay, so
which I guess is all included in that once you look at it. They say it's just the food, but, and we've had other venues. We used to go to the Higher Ed Center, and at one time they were giving us that for half price, and then that all changed and stopped doing that, so it got to be.
Have you ever talked to the community center about?
We went there one year.
Did you have that go? Pretty good?
Wasn't quite as what we were used to.
Well, it was really nice where they had it last year.
We've had it there for probably the past
Food was
3 or
good.
4 years.
Yeah.
When you use the community center, was it under different management then than it
Probably
is now?
from what it is now. But usually the catering prices, they run around that $4,000 mark everywhere we've ever been, so.
So 4,000 for catering and awards.
And all that's taken out of a different line item, the awards and stuff we give.
Which one is that taken out of, if you don't mind telling me?
Probably just the materials and supplies. And one thing we don't show on this budget is maintenance to the trucks and things. That comes from the central garage, town garage, which is included in there, so the county's getting a deal right there too. They don't have to even worry about having that included in my request, because I don't get that number from the shop.
That's nice to have in-house
It is.
maintenance on those vehicles.
With those vehicles, I mean, that's $1 million truck. Every truck we take over there, any more replace it is gonna be about $1 million to replace it. And if we don't take care of them, try to make them last at least 20 years, but we got one right now, it's 25, and still running good, so.
When that ladder broke on that truck, they fixed it good and proper, didn't they?
Yes, yeah.
And it's not had any problems or anything?
And that was all under warranty.
Okay. I was gonna say warranty, you beat me to it.
Yeah.
All right.
Very good.
Any more questions, Council? John, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yes,
Thank you.
I wanna say too, a special thank you from the council, seriously. We can't thank you all enough for what you do for our community. I mean, we really need you guys, and we really appreciate what you do.
We're crazy. We love what we do. I mean, I told everybody, I said, that's where I get my adrenaline rush, is just always wanted to do that, so. And it's crazy.
I must be crazy too, because I like my job as council member, so that makes two
I
of
won't
us.
want to do anything else.
Okay, well, thank you again.
Thank you.
Thanks,
All right.
John.
Thank you.
Lloyd, you're up.
I'm up. I'm hot.
See you. Bye, John.
You're up to bat.
Thanks again. Take care. Have a good day.
Sorry.
It's all right.
Let me just shake the table.
Information Service Department. Right,
Yeah, it'll be us.
okay. I was looking for IT.
Yeah, I don't know. I get called both. Sometimes IT, sometimes IS.
Okay.
Or I will be.
Are you gonna get a cookie?
I think I will, based on, well, I hope so.
Okay.
I've tried, I I'll be honest with you, I've lowered my budget by giving everything to everybody else, so they can all pay the bills.
See, that was a smart thing to do for you.
Let's say 1%,
That's right.
yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Smart man.
I have tried to keep everything pretty stable. The fact of the matter is, there's a couple of things that I needed to happen this year, unfortunately, and we've tried to negotiate a little bit in helping those things come to pass to the best of our ability. So, as you can see, most everything stayed the same except fuel heat, and I got a 329%. Is that a savings? Because really happy to see. I don't know where that came from. Anyway, if we move on down, the training is the first one where I've actually made an adjustment. Last year we had this budget year we had $7,000. We have several really good training opportunities that have been created by ODU at the Higher Ed Center. It used to be that we had to travel to Atlanta and Charlotte and other places to get really quality IT training. I'm very thankful for a strong push for technological training courses, not end user stuff, but engineering type training. And BCTI, which should not be confused with Mini Bailey Technologies in gray, no relation, does do some technical training still, but it's getting harder and harder for them to compete, and their prices are excessive. But anyway, so with changes that are going on in my department and some things that we're going to talk about as we move along, I did ask for an increase from $7,000 to $10,000 on that line, because I anticipate the need for more training in the next coming fiscal year. So that is there, one increase. On the uniform budget, last year we didn't budget anything in that line at all, and I was able to cull it out of other budgets to pay for uniforms for my guys and myself. As I often say, our job goes from the desk to the pole very quickly, and I have torn up more good clothes and suit shirts than I can count, and so I felt that was a reasonable expenditure for us. The first drop down there, you see, last year was 170,000, this year it's 156, and like I said, there's been some adjusting. As far as most of these costs are fixed, not by me, but by the companies that we pay these services from. I'll be glad to address any one of those or all of those. It's totally up to y'all.
I really can't, let's see.
So, has anything changed drastically that we're paying for?
On this particular line, there's one added, the Pix4D drone mapping software, which is something that we're using, we'd like to pay for once and own forever, instead of paying for on a monthly basis. And what we're using that for is to help the GIS department as well as the street department. It actually does a beautiful job. Orthography, it's a fantastic mapping tool. We bought it this year on a monthly basis, and it cost us almost that much, just paying for it by the month, so we can pay for it outright and own it.
How did you buy it before? I didn't hear you, I'm sorry.
We paid for it monthly on a monthly subscription.
Monthly subscription.
So it'll actually save money over on the second year to buy it in the first year.
So you're the expert on this. How much does it cost to upgrade the software when they upgrade it?
There won't be any cost on this. We'll use this software. We won't ever, as far as I'm concerned, unless something huge happens, this software does what we need it to do. Now, 10 years down the line, we may want something new. That's technology. But as far as I'm concerned, this software will suit us without any addition or change in our drone mapping. We map all of our projects currently. We map the meadows. You can see down to the inch, the change in topography on that thing. We map the road changes. A lot of the GIS things that are not updated by the county or the state can take a long time for our guys to see, and we can take our drone out and map a section for them. If they call us and say, would you go and map this intersection, we had some changes, we can go map it in 30 minutes and send them the images, and they're good to go. They can see how things have changed. So that's a really great tool. We also hope to get our new GIS personnel, which is a different subject, but get that person in place and really have their input in the usage of this. Our Barracuda email archiver subscription is a yearly subscription there. And our spam filter, both of those. Accent is when we bought Accent originally, which is our disaster recovery mechanism, this is the software that puts everything digital about our network in a secured cloud space. So, for example, if a tornado came through town again, God forbid it should, but if it did, and it tore down the police department and wrecked this building, we could go out to the higher ed center and in a very short period of time pull in computers, download everything from the cloud, and be back up and running, paying bills, viewing our data. Everything would be functioning. It actually is a full disaster recovery software. We bought it, 4 years ago, and when it put it on a 3-year lease, which in essence, when it ran out, now we have to buy it again, and we just decided to go to the year to year and just pay for it once and have that as a fixed cost. It also would prevent, like you hear these horror stories where a hacker comes in and hooks you onto ransomware and destroys your network and tells you got to pay them $1 million to get your data back. We just say thank you, see you later, and we turn everything back around and drop it back down out of the cloud. So it wouldn't be, thankfully we have resources that we can manage and protect.
Is that two? I can't.
Yes, it is. 22,000.
22,000.
Yeah. That's a fixed cost pretty much. We have some Microsoft licensing issues that we're facing this year. Microsoft loves to beat us up every so often, and
Isn't that lovely?
yeah.
It's not just you, they beat everybody else.
Yeah, I don't take it personally.
I'm not picking on you.
Yeah.
The owner doesn't have enough money.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah. So that's just something pretty much that we just have to deal with and upgrade some software, a lot of software. Our web licensing and hosting, all of those stay pretty much the same. Our computer supplies line stays the same. Our admin's costs, we're hoping to expand into work order and fleet management modules on Edmunds this year. We've had requests from those departments to do that. So it went from 17,000, I think, to 20,000 is what we're projecting it to be. And then we have 18,000 for video, sound, and security software and licenses associated with those. Video security and such is becoming, of course, more and more a staple of every industry. Every time something happens in the town at the police department, I'm always asked, do we have a camera on that? And we either do, and it helps us, or we don't, and it's very frustrating. But we have a lot of cameras that we have spent money on in the street department that we want to be able to capture the data. At every intersection, our lights are being controlled by video cameras. And there's a very nice software in there that's watching every car that comes by, and we can sit and watch it live. But we can't record it yet because we don't pay for that. So I'm hoping to add that as a module into pulling that data in, so when the guy robs the bank, down here on Main Street and zooms out and has to stop at the light, we got a camera that's looking right down on his car and we get a clear image. When that happened, by the way, the federal courthouse cameras are so smoky you couldn't see the color of the car hardly. It was terrible. And if it hadn't have been for one of our officers that was responding to the call coming up Cummings Street, we wouldn't have had any imagery of the guy. But thankfully, he passed him as the guy was exiting town, and we were able to see what kind of car he was driving and such. But it's
Do you have the storage capacity for all that data?
oh yeah, we do. Yeah. We have about 20 terabytes of space right now available.
Well, you're talking a lot of cameras and huge images.
Oh yeah, but yeah,
Okay.
So
Yeah.
Wonderful.
Who owns the cameras at the courthouse? Is that the county?
That's the courthouse, that's
Oh,
federal.
okay.
Yeah, of course it's
And it's
smoky, it's
smoky.
federal.
Yeah.
Well, they need to,
How
it'd be
is it
nice to.
at night? How's the images at night?
Well, the cameras that we put out, the images are very good because we put in infrared.
Okay.
So where it's necessary, we use infrared. We try to control our costs based on functionality that we consider to be needed. Yes, some cameras cost $1,200 a piece. Some cameras cost $400 a piece. So that's all a matter of looking at the location, making a determination of what is most needful at the spot, and then paying for licensing for the software that we use to collect the images. And so all that is just always ever present, and I feel like it's just a part of doing business in our current world.
Well, Floyd, you and John and CJ are the wheels in our systems, so we really appreciate what you do as well.
Well, we certainly try, and I have a very good staff. In fact, I have what I consider to be the most versatile staff of anybody in Southwest Virginia. I would rank my guys in the top of IT anywhere that I know of around here, and consider them to be able to compete in any way. And so I'm thankful for them. I feel like that's gonna bring me to a point that I guess, did we jump over? Well, it's coming up. The staffing salaries down here. I need to do the capital outlay, and then I'm gonna talk about staffing. The capital outlay, the first items that we dealt with are not capital outlay items, they're software, they're intangibles. And so all costs associated, I tried to break everything out that would be a true capital outlay, a tangible, and then put the capital outlay costs associated, even if it's in the same kind of technology, like video or such. And the capital outlay line, it's basically, I think it's the same as it was last year. But we took one item there that needed to be added, which just basically made it stay the same, was our EVA router. We have a router that routes traffic externally between all of our sites, which is all of our town offices, the fire department, the Coombs Center, the tourism, the police department here, as well as mesh all of our other sites as well, like out at the muster grounds. But anyway, everything all comes together and routes through this router. I replaced that router the second year I was here, and I've been here 13 years, so that router is 11 years old. It has been end of life by Cisco for a couple of years, but I've pushed it, and now I'm too nervous to keep pushing it. So what I wanted to do was buy two and make it redundant in case it crashed, but what we decided to do was buy one this year and one next year. So instead of the 60 I originally asked, we settled on 30, and in hopes that I can get one good router in place, and then next year make it redundant so that if something happens to one, it fails over to the secondary. That's there. A fiber network infrastructure. We're looking at the replacement of some fiber lines, particularly the fiber line between the police department and here. And to be honest with you, if you remember, we budgeted for this last year, but the reason we couldn't do it is we ran into that issue relative to some software that we didn't budget for, and we had to reallocate the funding that was set for. That was when our lease ended with Axient, and we realized, oh, our lease ended, now we have to pay again this year. So we ended up paying twice in the same year. So anyway, so I've rebudgeted, and I am hoping to put that out to bid to replace that line between the police department and here. It's got an area up there at the top of the, behind the Breckenridge cabin, or not, behind the Sinking Springs cabin at the cemetery, where the trees have worn a hole in the fiber, and it's very tenuously hanging on by a thread. So it's still working, but I don't touch it. And I keep praying it stays working. It's gonna be cold. You probably helped put that up. So anyway, it's time for a new one. We replaced all our firewalls this year with Palo Alto firewalls. We went to the top of the line firewalls. They are best in class. I make no apology. Because of the threat of the world we live in, I want you to rest at peace that I spare no expense in protecting the town of Abingdon and its sensitive data. And I want to make absolutely certain that we never face a circumstance where somebody steals our social security numbers, wipes out our bank accounts, or does anything that could be hurtful to us. I just feel like if you're gonna spend money somewhere in IT, firewalls is the place to do it, and so we do.
So you don't think we'll have any trouble with the
Pen test?
With the white knuckle hackers?
Well, you know, and as I say, I put that in my budget, and Chuck took it for himself, and that's fine. I'm glad for that. It was actually in my original budget request, and since I needed to reduce my budget, I gave it to him. So.
I wouldn't say too much on the record because they might be listening.
Yeah.
They might challenge you.
I want the pen testers to put us to task. I really do. I've been asking for this for years, literally. Please, let's do it. The auditors have recommended it. And hey, the worst thing that could happen to me is for them to come back and say, well, we couldn't get in. Because I want them to find something so I can fix it. I'm a fixer. That's just my nature. I like to fix. And so I really would love for them to come back and say, you got a hole right there. And I would say, oh, man, I'm glad you found that. Now I'm going to fix it. And we'll fix it. But ultimately, I would love for them to say, you got a very tight network, and, you know.
None of those guys will find that they're real hackers.
Amen to that, absolutely. I want our guys to find it. And I want them to also do some, what they do is, it's called phishing. The purpose is to try to train some of our employees to be a little more careful. You can't stop somebody from clicking on an email that gives somebody permission to access you, unless you help them understand that this is an attack and they are trying to get you to click here and follow these instructions. And to realize that you can't trust things that appear to be what you think they are, because they may not be. So you better look twice. So that's part of the pen testing. Hopefully we will include that as a part to help train our own employees to be more careful.
And under no circumstances will the town manager ask you to go out and buy gift cards.
Absolutely never.
There was an email that went around to several employees that was wanting me, the town manager was requesting you to buy gift cards and send the numbers.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
And you know, and it's really interesting
How much
because
did you get?
I didn't get anything, and hopefully nobody else did either.
that's what people don't understand. When you take that gift card and you cash out at the register, that number becomes live. And if that number is given to somebody else, it don't matter where they are in the world, they can encode a card, any card, sitting right at their desk. They have an encoder with a blank card. They scan it through and put that number that you provided them on that card, and they can go spend it before you can even get home from the store. So there's no security in gift cards, none. You know, you think, well, they'd have to steal the gift card. No, they just got to have a number. And so what a lot of people do, they don't even want you to buy it. They ask you to go down to the store and stand at the gift card rack and write the numbers down off the back and send them in to them. See, then they're not on the security camera. So they start encoding cards, and then all they got to do is sit there and check them every day to see if any money's been loaded on them. Because as soon as somebody comes to that store, buys that card, it gets loaded with money, and they've cashed it out before you even get to the store. And you ever get to the store and you say, something wrong with this gift card? It must not have worked when they, no, it's because somebody stole the number. That's how it works. They steal the number and they cash your gift card before you can even get there. Anyway, we can talk about more fun things like that later, but the next thing on there is the salary. I added a part-time person for $15,600. And the reason that I did that is I've already been notified that I'm losing one of my employees. One of mine is going back to school, and which I applaud. But what I'd like to do is keep him as a part-timer and then be able to replace him with another full-timer. That way I keep the historical knowledge and I can keep his skill set, which is very web-based. And if it takes somebody a while to get ramped up, which it does, I'll still have him on the hook. So I asked him if he was willing to consider that kind of an arrangement. He said he absolutely would, because he was going to probably need to get a job anyway while he's in school. And if I could work him 20 hours a week, what I'll do is we'll ultimately save all the benefit package, except that it'll go to the next full-time person. But we'll save the difference in salary. And my other full-time employee is about to reach a level of network engineering that's going to make him more valuable in the market. And so he needs a raise. And so I'm hoping to take some of the difference of the funds from losing this one, raising the other one, keeping this one part-time, and then hiring in at a lower rate another full-time person.
When do you plan on hiring the new one for full-time?
Well, that's all a matter of, right now, budget won't permit me to do it until next budget year. And so he starts school in August, so I guess July. I hope to be ready to pull the trigger and have interviews and everything done in June, pull the trigger.
Next July?
Yeah, July 1, when this new budget comes into effect.
Oh, okay.
This July.
Yeah.
That's when you want a full-time employee?
I'll be replacing a full-time employee. I don't need a new full-time employee. I'll be replacing a full-time employee, keeping the present full-time employee for a part-timer, and taking the difference in the new salary and giving my other full-time employee a raise commensurate with his training and market value.
Floyd, you mentioned the GIS personnel. Did we lose our GIS person?
We did.
This the gentleman, yeah, but doesn't he work one day a week now?
He works on
Friday?
Fridays
Yep.
until we get a new person. And
Is the GIS under you?
no, sir.
Oh, that's what I'm.
No.
that's what I'm putting-
No, it's in the street
It's under-
department.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
Public Works. But we work very hand in glove. I mean, there's a lot of technology in GIS and a lot of GIS and technology. So, I was just mentioning it from the standpoint of one of the ways that we're linked. There's others, but it's very much a technology-driven position.
Is this position open for the GIS person, for another one to come in now?
We are currently interviewing. We had one interview on last week, and we've got 2 interviews this coming week. Hopefully, we will be making a hiring decision. Matt is in charge of that. He will be making a hiring decision. I'm just a part of the interview crew, so hopefully Matt will have a hiring decision by the 15th is what he's projected.
You know how many people applied for that job by any chance?
Yeah, about 23.
Wow.
But I'll be honest with you, about 5 of them were qualified in any way. There were plenty of applicants that had no qualifications associated with GIS. Why that happens, I think I can suspect, but I hate to judge people's motives. Careful not to.
Thank you for that.
You're very welcome.
I do have a question, if you don't mind.
Absolutely.
One time, you remember that we had one council meeting that didn't video. This was the former council. There's some kind of stick burned.
Mhm.
What was that stick again?
It was a video card in the computer that managed the stream and the recording. All that equipment was replaced. We upgraded to try to ensure that didn't happen again. I think it had something to do with council meetings lasting way too long. No, just kidding.
Well, there were so many questions.
Yes, that's true. No, and I would never discourage that. No, I was just joking. It really was just a bad card and it got replaced.
But now you've got placed, I mean, and I'm not, here's what I'm not doing. I'm just securing, like you're securing. I'm
Sure.
gonna make sure that we don't, you've got something extra in place now.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got a very good system. I'm very happy with the system, and I'll tell you this, a lot of our sound problems that we've been experiencing, I'm so very thankful for the fellow at the barter. His name is just flew away, but he's fantastic. And he's come in twice and worked with us to help us get our sound improved. And that's a good relationship. I'm glad to know him because he is a professional, top notch, so.
And this had nothing to do with what you did, it was just to make, just have that question.
Yep,
That's all.
yep.
You do a good job.
I appreciate it.
All of y'all do a good job.
Thank you very much. All right.
Thanks, Floyd.
Yes,
You can
sir.
have a cookie if you want one.
Well, thank you very much. I do appreciate that. I may grab one on the go.
Y'all wanna take a quick break? I think Al's already taken one.
Already out the door, huh?
ready to get back to work? Tanya, you are up.
All right.
Have us on mute.
Well, I have some great news right off.
Good.
Have us on mute.
I finished up this DHR grant today, and going back and forth with DHR and Jason. The grant monies that we're asking for has cut almost in half. So we need about $9,250. And I've got 20 on this, because I wasn't for sure how much it was gonna be, but we finished everything up today. So if you all are in agreement, I will apply for it's $9,250.
And what is this for again?
This is a 50-50 matching grant from DHR to do a survey of our historic district. So our historic district was founded in like 1969. And at that time, they did not do a complete survey of contributing and non-contributing buildings, which makes it a little bit hard for the DHR to make decisions. So part of this would be for that, and then to extend the footprint. So I found out, I was working through the Mercantile, that the Mercantile in Depot Square is actually in the town's historic district, but it's not included in DHR's. So in order to be eligible for all of the tax credits, then we would need to extend that and try to get them included in that footprint. So both of those projects, our half would be $9,250.
So we
We
got
had that
18.5
in.
for this one.
And then we put in 5 because we're gonna do the survey.
So, but both of them cost $9,250.
And I've got the budget breakdown right here.
So one of them's.
So you're saying we're down from 20,000 to about 8250?
Mhm.
Good job.
Yes, can I have another cookie?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Yes, yes. Help yourself. You might get another one
You
after
just-
this.
Wait a minute, I think you just qualified for the cookie you already ate.
So I've got 10,000 here.
Well, maybe you better show us.
It becomes 10.
Oh, I was gonna tell y'all, I made 13 cookies. I said, I'm gonna take the advice of that fireworks gentleman yesterday that Kevin was talking about. So I made one of them bigger.
Good job.
I'm like, no, this meeting's gonna turn out well.
That is pretty cool.
So is this the 5,000?
Sarita will be here.
Well, that's it.
Okay.
So it goes up, the other one comes down to 2,000, but the total match, so this one goes up to 85. Okay, making sure I'm doing this right. We got here.
Okay.
Okay. So that one's for,
Absolutely.
that read right,
No, that other one.
the footprint?
Yes, that's right.
Okay, then the next one is
Yes.
the inventory.
Yes.
So in the revenue, change that to 9250.
Mhm. Does that work for you?
Yeah, I'll make a note to do that, and I'll let you go on yours.
Okay, and if you could scroll down to our
Yeah.
contractual services.
That goes up here.
Yeah, and I wanna break that out into line items. So one of the things that I wanted for you guys to see, even though it looks like I have $9,000 in that line item to spend, actually, from the very start, there is about 4,000 that comes out of that budget for the farmer's market and the historical district signs on I-81. So that actually only leaves me about $5,000 to do anything with. And then Chuck, if you'll go to advertising.
Okay.
And again, with the advertising, we get a Virginia Commission for the Arts grant each year that's about $4,500, and they reward local governments for supporting the arts. And actually, it's a pass-through, so we apply for it, we get it, and then we distribute that to Barter, William King, Holston Mountain Artisans, and the Arts Depot. And they all get equal shares of that. But again, I want to pull that out so that you know that right off, that line item is $4,500 short of what I can actually spend.
And that was the $9,000 contractual services.
No, this was advertising.
Oh, the advertising.
Mhm. Yeah, you can see it down there, see the 4,500, so that actually only leaves me about $3,000. So with that $3,000, we've been doing the merchant open houses for Christmas. We have done the Best of Abingdon, which we are getting ready to roll out tomorrow, Best of Abingdon 2019, so I wanted to update you a little bit on that. We give away a cling for merchants to put on their windows. We do a frame certificate, and then we do a garden flag that has Best of Abingdon in whatever year it is. So this year, we lost one of our dry cleaners, and we only have one dry cleaner in town now, so we had to take the dry cleaner off because there's no competition. But we added.
There wasn't before, was it?
No, there wasn't, there really wasn't.
So we added an optician, we added optometrist. We added a nail salon because we have 35 salons and hair salons and that kind of thing. So we felt like if we had hair, spa, and nails, it would give that large group a little bit of a better chance of winning something. And then we added a dessert. And we left the sweet shop on there, and we actually put restaurant dessert on it, so that we could add another category for the restaurants, because we have so many restaurants, but we could only afford to break it out and do breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Otherwise, it would have been lots and lots of categories.
You better
So
let Lannis know.
I'll call him and let him know, I will.
He'll be
So we've
upset.
got, did you say 35 nail and hair salons? And
Yes.
then we've got dessert shops in there.
Yes,
Okay.
yep, so we added nail salons, so that would kind of give somebody else in that large category an opportunity to win. And because we don't have the budget to break down Italian and Mexican and those types of restaurants and do that many categories, we thought, well, if we added a restaurant dessert, then that would put 4 prizes in that category. But we left sweet shop on there as well. I have talked to the Abingdon Police Department, and we hope next year to offer a Main Street trick-or-treat and start in the parking lot of the police department, with the police department doing trick-or-treat. Tony would like to do it at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, maybe 3:30, right after school's out, and do it till about 5. So we're gonna kind of work toward that, see if we can make that happen. I had an idea about doing pumpkins in the park, and I've done a little research on lighting those with the solar lights. So I'm going to encourage people to maybe paint, and then if they want to do lit pumpkins, they would do them like 2 weeks before the end of October. So that will be something that I'm going to be looking at.
Could you tell everybody what we talked about as far as on Main Street too, the pumpkins, stacking them up? I mean, it was so pretty when I showed Tanya a picture.
Yes, and it was beautiful. So we thought the park,
Yeah.
because we hope the wall is going to be fixed in the little Main Street park there across from the post office, Laura Sanford's Park. We hope that wall's going to be fixed, so we thought that would be kind of a cool place to display those. And then if you do the solar lights, it would be safe, but it would be really pretty too.
And then we'd offer opportunities for selfies.
Yes.
When people visit as well.
Yeah, and create some hashtags. And
I like the pumpkins in the park. That's a really cute thing.
yeah,
Very
we've been working and thinking about that for a little while. I offered the facade grants, and the $5,000 that's in there. I kept $5,000 from last year, and I transferred that to the EDA so I wouldn't lose it. So then I'm using the $5,000 that I transferred to the EDA and the $5,000 that I have in this year's budget, and I offered a matching facade grant. And it had to be outside the Main Street footprint, because the guys who are outside the Main Street footprint have no incentives. We don't do anything, hardly at all for them. So I wanted to concentrate my time and efforts to some of those folks who might not otherwise get some incentives. So I have 4 applications, and I'm working with those 4 businesses to get all their paperwork together. And hopefully we will be at the March or April Planning Commission meeting to get their plans approved. We started a restaurant group, so we've had 2 meetings, one in February and one in March, and it's going pretty well. One of the things that they decided is they might like to have some kind of educational component or some information sharing at each of their meetings. So on April the 1st, we have invited the ABC officer to come down and talk about the new ABC laws and just bring them up to speed on that. So pretty excited about that. We haven't had a huge turnout. We had six restaurant owners the first time, and we had about that many. They were a little different Monday, but we still had about 6 attend. So I think it's been really good. They've shared information with each other. We had Barter come in and talk to them on Monday. You all may remember when Barter did Wizard of Oz. We painted the bricks gold, and all the merchants and restaurants kind of participated in the Wizard of Oz. So Barter came and kind of pitched that idea to the restaurants that if anyone was interested in offering a special menu item or drink for Shrek, that they would help promote that. So the ones that were not able to attend, we sent an email to today to let them know that that was going to be an opportunity, and if they want to participate, they need to contact Barter by April the 1st.
Well, that's good. I'm sure they're busy, the
yeah.
restaurant owners.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, it was good, and we do it on a Monday, and most of the time at 3 is after lunch for the ones who are open. Lunch is over and dinner doesn't get started till about 5, so it's really been pretty good.
Good.
We wrapped up the business challenge. So in Abingdon, we had Play Date, we had the gallery at Bar Photographics, we had Build a Basket, we had Little Downtown Donuts, who will be opening in the next couple of weeks up on East Main across from True Point Bank. We have a cidery that will open at first and start producing cider in Meadowview. And once they get to the point that they are producing enough, they probably will be looking for some space somewhere else. So we'll kind of keep our finger on the pulse there. Abingdon Emporium also competed in the business challenge, and a new business down on Cummings Street called Turf Pro. So it's a lawnmower. They do small engine repair service work as well. So we had pitch night last Tuesday and March the 21st. Being you all are huge supporters of that business challenge, the winners will be announced at March 21st at the Chamber Breakfast. So we'd love to have you all attend and see what happens with that. We've been working on the urban pathway and the opening, trying to get people aware that the pathway is there. So we've partnered up with KVAT and Ballad Health. And I kind of looked at KVAT because when I walk every day on Plum Alley, I meet those folks with their badges. And I thought, well, they must have an incentive program to get out and walk. So we kind of got them involved. And on April the 12th, we're going to have a little kickoff of the urban pathway and do guided tours. And there'll be giveaways. Ballad Health will do some health screenings that day. And all that will be at the farmer's market.
What date is that?
April the 12th. It's on a Friday.
What time?
11 to 2.
We'll be getting notifications.
You will be getting some notifications, yes. And last week, I had a meeting with Whitney Bonham with the county, and I said, tell me what we can do to better promote the tech park and other properties that are in Abingdon. So we pulled up the Virginia Economic Development Partnership website, took a look at that, and we have very little information on there. So in the next few weeks, I'm going to print off the paperwork, and I'll be visiting realtors and building and business owners who have empty spaces, and let them fill out what they want to share, and then we'll upload all that information and get it on that website. VEDP is the major organization that people contact when they want to open a business. They handle most of the incentives for the state. So I think getting our information uploaded to that will hopefully be helpful. They've now started to allow office space on there. So, one of the other things I looked at is the incubator and the tech park are listed as one. So I have plans to pull that apart so that people clearly understand that the incubator is there, but there's also property around it that's available.
When I went to Richmond about 3 weeks ago, I talked to the Secretary of Trade and Commerce and told him about the tech park, that we needed some help, that we needed a business down there.
Good.
So I hope that helps. I pray it does.
We are also creating a profile sheet. United Way has an event the end of May, and they're having some of the state level authorities down. So we're gonna create about 500 profile sheets that will go in their registration bags, and we're just gonna show the quality of life, work, live, and play in Abingdon. And then we're gonna list out office, industrial, property in wholes. So we'll say, for example, 112,000 square feet of office space available in Abingdon. So we're moving toward a few things to hopefully see if we can get something going on.
Good.
Well, you work really hard and we appreciate all you do.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you. I did have one question, if I might ask. Training and education. Are you guys doing anything? I didn't add anything to my budget, but I could take some of that $20,000 that I saved and add it in if it's something that we need to look at. I have been to a basic economic development course at Chapel Hill, and then I went for a community development course at Chapel Hill. Most of the other higher certification levels require you to do a little bit more traveling. One of them is Norman, Oklahoma. There's one in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. So you can see in my budget that there's not a lot of money in there for travel and training. And I don't know how the training would not touch the tuition for that ODU course. So
What is it
know how much
called,
it is?
ODU?
it's Oklahoma, I'm sorry, it's Oklahoma University, OU.
Do you know how much it is?
I do, it's about $7,000, but there's scholarships and things available that we can apply for. So if we get to the point that we even think it's a possibility, I mean, with the travel and staying, I knew that the $1,500 probably is gonna be stretching it a little bit. So I didn't know how you all feel about any of that, but I just wanted to tell you that. So if we don't get it this year, I would be happy. That's something I'd like to do if you all think that's something that you want me to do.
Tell me that one more time. What's the title of the certificate?
It's
that
an
you want?
economic development certificate. And the course that I took at Chapel Hill, which was the basic course, you have to have that before you can go on to this course. So this is the next level in that.
So you're saving, out of the 20,000, tell us about that again, please, that you're saving that money.
I thought it would be, I thought it was gonna be around $20,000, but after we counted the properties, it's about half of that. So our match would be $9,250.
So you'd like to add some of that back into training if you could?
If there is an opportunity for that, I would love to. If you don't see fit this year, I mean, we can look
Lauderdale
at that.
sounds like way more fun than.
I
In
think-
Norman, I
think-
have friends, I do have friends in Norman, of all places.
I mean, I'm just throwing that out there.
I would probably
That's
suggest,
pretty
speaking
good.
as an outgoing manager, is that you get the information together on what the program is,
Okay,
what
We'll share
scholarships
that.
are available, what you need, and work with the incoming manager.
next year,
And either next year or possibly look at it if there's an opportunity that comes up. Again, when is it? Is it,
it was in, the Oklahoma one was just recently, this month.
yeah.
So next month, next
Yeah.
year,
So we
just
could-
about
yeah.
the same time?
Mhm.
So I think it's something, if you get the information together and go over it with the incoming.
Okay,
I think it would be valuable. Go ahead.
okay,
Mr. Gibbs.
okay. So that was the only change in my budget, was the money for the DHR. I just wanted to pull those one things out so you could see exactly that right off, I'm $8,500 short what this actually looks like. So I just wanted you to be sure that you knew that.
I think you should have 2 cookies.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, council, any questions?
Thank you
Thank
so
you
much for
very
how-
much, Tanya. We
Thank
appreciate
you all.
what you do.
I appreciate you.
how you work with everybody. Your hospitable nature is great.
It looks like Cam says that we can charge the school system for fire inspections.
Here for the council chambers, where we're having a meeting here. Different group.
Get donuts this time.
We have cookies this time. If you save us money, we'll give you some. Okay, well, take care. Have a good day.
Thank you all. I hope you do as well.
So the sewer, is she coming?
Yes, Serena's
Serena
right
is
here.
coming, yes, she's on her way.
Yep, she's right here.
She is here?
Yeah,
Okay.
she's in waiting.
Serena, I did not hear you sneak in.
You're welcome.
I made it.
Feel better?
So, it's right up there, so you can see your screen, your budget, if you need it. You need something to drink, Serena? You want something to drink? No. There's soft drinks and cookies, but you don't get a cookie. Yeah.
You're gonna if you save us money,
So-
you get a cookie.
So if we make this about 15 minutes, in and out
That's
quick.
based on how
Get
much.
by.
It's based on how much you save.
Well,
This is Serena's budget, you guys.
Everything costs like.
I guess Chuck has left the room, so I'll steal his thunder. Her part of the budget is balanced,
Oh, right.
because we know pretty much what the revenue is, and she has to match her budget to how much revenue is available, so.
That's great.
You definitely get a cookie then.
So we're done then, all right,
Yeah.
now, balanced.
All right.
Well, that's quick.
No, I apologize for yesterday. Oh, I looked on my calendar, because I was just feeling awful. I didn't see it on my calendar. I was like, okay, it's gotta take care of everything. And Stacy texted me.
I already
I'm like,
stole your thunder. I told him her budget's balanced.
Yeah, can we go now? Budget balance.
That's what I said. They didn't take too cute on that.
All right, Serena, you're up.
All right,
Where you wanna go to first?
let's start, what we'll do is do it in numerical order. Collections, 42,300. That'll be biggie. All right, okay. Do we just hit some of the larger
It will be upstairs.
larger items? Okay.
You wanna talk about your salaries and on what you had planned on doing those?
Yeah, I can do that.
I kinda explained it to him yesterday, but you probably
Okay.
did a much better job than myself.
Okay, well, collections, as you all know, is the maintenance of the sewer system, the lines, the pump stations, the manholes. And, last year, we promoted, Mike Rourke to superintendent and Jason Dunn to the, foreman, basically. And, they did get, each of them got a raise last year, but, I did not, and I was not able to get them as much as I would have liked to. Because this department, honestly, I felt like was underpaid for several years and actually got all the guys in it, a raise of some sort. With Mike Rourke, the superintendent, I mean, I know probably all of y'all have worked with Mike in one capacity or another. He's done very well. I mean, I'm thankful I have him in that position, and I wanted to go ahead and see if I could get him a little more money, maybe about a 10% raise, because I think it's well deserved. And Jason Dunn, who is the foreman, Jason's taken on a big role as well because he manages every guy out in the field,
make sure, the jobs get completed, that everyone stays safe. So also requested a raise for him. I can't remember if it worked out to like a 10% or maybe just a little less. And then also I have two guys that are on the opposite end of the spectrum. They're the maintenance workers. They're, they do a lot of the manual labor part. Right now they're making $25,000 apiece, and they've been here almost 2 years. And we upped that minimum pay for them to $25,000 last year. Basically, for all employees that come into the town now are paid $25,000. So since I had two employees that have been here that long and have gained some useful experience and knowledge, I felt like they deserved a little bit more than just an entry-level position. So I requested, I think, about another $2,500 each for them. So that's kind of where I'm in line with the salaries. It doesn't, what did it amount to? 14,000? Is that what it came to? In total for all of them, $14,815 the additional money for their salaries.
That would be for both or each?
For all four?
That's all four. All four, yeah.
But you said it was $2,500 each for the base guys?
Yeah, they would each get another $2,500. I think Mike's works out to a little over $5,000. Jason, I think a little over three or something like that. Yeah, yeah. But that's really all the salary requests I had for the collections department. All right. We can look at, really there's not much change as far as professional services. Enterprise, we are leasing a Ford F-250, so that was put in by Chuck. Contractual services, we have $140,000. What we currently have is $140,000, and then we requested, I think, $152. This will cover the I&I study and the Exit 19 capacity study that Mr. Craig is very familiar with. And this should be quite a bit, and hopefully have a little bit left over, because the flow meters, which, basically you have to put flow meters in your sewer lines and so forth to get useful data knowledge, and those actually went in a week ago. So the payment for those is going to come out of this year's budget. That's going to be about $50,000. The projected cost for the rest of the study is going to be somewhere around between probably $130 and $140. We have $152. That gives us just a little extra room for any add-ons. You don't know what exactly this study will find, but we feel like that will be enough to get us through this coming year. And then after that, we'll, based on what this study does find, we'll probably have to put more money into the budget the following year to make those necessary repairs and changes that the study brings up. So, but 152 should cover that pretty nicely, and that's mainly much of that will be for CHA and all their engineering work.
We'll find a lot of terracotta, won't we?
We'll find quite a bit. Come back here on Plum Alley, you'll find all kinds.
There's just gonna be all kinds of little surprises.
Yes, that's what I'm afraid of. Sewer's always a surprise. It's an expensive surprise. All right. Let's see, where are we at? Okay. Repairs to mains. This we increased a little bit to about $55,000. This budget line is when our guys basically go out and do smaller sewer line replacements, repairs, manhole rehabs, things like that. We have scheduled one small to medium project every month for the next 12 months. And this amount of money should cover their work for each month, and basically we'll use it up and go as far as we can with it until, if we run out, we run out, or we'll have to postpone that sewer work to the following budget year. But we feel like $55,000 will go quite a long way to do a lot of small replacements. And maintenance and just rehabbing old manholes, brick manholes and things like that. We've come quite a good little amount, because as you can see, back in 2018, which I know this shocked Mayor Craig, there was only 18,000 in the budget. I said I had nothing to do with that. It wasn't me.
You cussed me for it.
Well, they looked at me like, what are you doing? I was like, it wasn't me. This was before me. But yeah, we have tripled that amount actually, and I do thank you, Mayor Craig, for pushing that. And I think 55,000 will do nicely for us this coming year and give the guys a lot of room to make some nice changes and fix some of the trouble spots that we have had for years. So, nothing else significant down through that budget. Pump station repairs, we actually decreased it a little bit. This is the money we use to maintain all of our pump stations, and Chuck likes this. We're going to rebuild
This is my favorite description of all the budget.
We're going to rebuild our Muffin Monster grinder pump.
Oh my goodness.
I don't even want to know. I just don't even want to know.
Rebuild it, right?
Rebuild the Muffin Monster grinder.
Does it need like an oven element to it? Is that what it is?
They are, the Muffin Monsters are definitely, they're probably the best type of grinder pumps out there on the market, and we have several Muffin Monsters installed, not only at the plant, but out in the system. And, after so many years, they do need some maintenance and, rebuilding, so.
I think you all got that one. Did y'all get that about 3 years ago or so?
Oh,
one of the pieces of equipment when I got there, I was like.
Probably the grit chamber, yeah.
Oh, that was it?
Yeah, it was
when
the
I
grit
first got
chamber.
on council, the grit chamber, yeah. We got the tour of that.
Yeah,
Mhm.
got to know all about
all kinds
grit.
of lessons.
Did you know
But,
about the Muffin Monster?
Yeah, I know all about Muffin
But that one we decreased just a little bit to 21. We feel like that should be plenty for that. And
I didn't know we were so advanced.
and the next line, the last one, capital outlay. We currently have 2 GMC dump trucks. One's a 1991 model, one's I think a 2003. They have become maintenance issues, and let alone that GMC went bankrupt, went out of business like 5 years ago, so the parts are becoming more difficult to find. And I know Jamie and the street department is probably going through the same issue we are. So we would like to purchase a new dump truck to get us through for the next 20 years if possible, and that's going to be about somewhere in the ballpark, $95,000 for a new dump truck. We had talked to Chuck, and we looked at trying to lease one through Enterprise, and what was the?
Well, the consensus was on there, you're gonna use those longer, so it would make more sense for you to purchase it.
Okay.
That was their recommendation. I'm
Yeah.
not sure they would have done the business, but they said as far as the way you use them, you're better off buying.
Yeah.
So that was their advice.
Do these dump trucks haul the muffins?
Sludge cakes, muffins,
Probably don't want to know.
Oh, okay.
anything you want.
I'm just kidding, I know what it is.
Let's see, other than that, the FBNT debt service equipment loan, that was the equipment that we bought last year, the backhoe, the skid steer loader, and the manhole cutter. If you have not seen our manhole cutter, it's a gem, it really is. You
What
should-
does the manhole cutter do? Cut manhole?
It cuts manhole. When they raise manholes, in the past, they'd have to get 2 guys with jackhammers, stand out there for like an hour and 20 minutes, jackhammer it up, pull it up. Now, it fits onto the skid steer loader. It's got a big blade that goes around, and basically in about 2.5 minutes, it'll cut your manhole. And raise it up.
Giant biscuit.
Right, it is.
A
It's-
giant biscuit.
It
cutter,
is,
guys.
it is probably the most time-saving piece of equipment that we've bought.
That is cool.
It is very cool, yeah. All I say is just have your, hard hat and goggles on, because it does spit out some asphalt,
Oh, wow.
But it does very well, and it has saved us a lot of manual labor and, backaches and whatever, so.
Good.
We enjoy that.
You said, the manhole cutter and the skid what now?
Skid steer loader, like a little
Skid.
Bobcat,
Steer loader.
and the backhoe.
Okay.
Yeah. We bought those last year, so. But for the collections department, that's really it. A lot of the line items, like I said, no significant changes. Just, a couple major ones with the contractual services with the I&I study, and then the capital outlay, mainly with the dump truck. Everything else, stays pretty steady. Questions?
Well, this is one of our revenue streams. Can you tell me where we are as far as, you might not have this number, but Chuck probably does.
Yeah.
Delinquents, outstanding, how much is owed? Can you tell me that?
Chuck will probably have to look
That
at
report I've been putting in your all's council packets ever since you requested it.
Well, I just think about,
Yeah. I can't,
this
off the top of my
budget,
head, I
if we-
can't tell you, most of the
if we
stuff
had
that's
that
old is fairly, it's either really, really old or just current and a little bit past due. And of course, we pursue, once you cut it off, they will eventually come pay it, won't they, Serena?
Yep.
So,
That they will.
yeah, so.
Yeah, you make them angry enough.
I have a question. You may have already spoken about this. I don't think so, though. Contingency administration, could you tell us, how about that? What is that for?
I can let me take that one.
Please.
For each fund, or for each division, if you wanna look at it that way, there's a contingency line for them. Those lines are used if something unexpected comes, whatever. Basically, you calculate your revenue, see where you're at, where she is on her expenses. The difference between the two, you take that, divide it up by 3, and that's your contingency funds. It's pretty cut and dry, that's the way we do it.
Because it was 3,354, and then it's 2,100, I guess, last year?
Contingency, right now, we're looking at 17,250.
17,249.
Yeah.
Okay.
So basically, you calculate your revenues, she has her expenses, the difference of 1 to 2 is what it is. Take that number, it's gotta be more, of course. So you take that number, divide it by 3, and that's how you fund your contingency funds. She doesn't request it, it's just a balancing number is what it is.
Sarita, could you tell, I understand we had 4 manholes overflowed and 2 pump stations overflowed. Could you tell me what they were, where they were located?
Well, the pump stations, was Watauga and Westwood. And,
What is Westwood, Sarita? I don't know.
Westwood is on Stone Mill Road, that connects up with
Oh.
Vance's Mill, right out there near the plant.
Okay.
With both of those, Westwood, it was, there was just, too much flow for the pumps to keep up with, basically.
It wasn't a malfunction or?
No. None of ours were really malfunctions. Watauga, the only issue with Watauga is that Watauga pumps into the Wilson pump station, and it's a smaller pump. So when the water, water table rose, and we had so much water filling up the sewer lines, it could not pump hard enough into Wilson pump station, so it started backing up into Watauga. That is something that we're gonna look at in the near future, maybe of increasing the pump size, whatever, out there at Watauga. And our manholes, there were a couple that just basically, there was so much water, they surcharged. Water came up, up around the lids. I think we had a couple of cleanouts too that caused us an overflow. And that backed up and forced the manholes to surcharge and as well. It's just purely a lot of water.
Yeah.
No malfunctioning on anything. It was just, we had so much rainwater, for nowhere to go.
Do you know when the last time it was that we've had that much rain?
That is a record for us. For the month of February, we measured 10.02 inches, and since we've been keeping records since early 70s, that's the most we've ever received in February. That weekend alone, that Friday, Saturday, I think it was 2.63 inches. That week, and if you remember, it had rained basically every day that week prior. And I think we were over, I think, 6 inches just in that week alone. So it was, yeah, the most we'd ever gotten.
Since when did you start recording them?
I'm thinking the early 70s, 74, 75, something like that, but, yeah.
Sarita, is there any difference now? Is the county system separate from the town system, or do we maintain the whole thing?
No, the county's separate from the town.
Okay, so are they having infiltration and inflow problems too, that contributing to overloads in pump stations?
That is hard to determine, I guess. You know, the lines, are you just talking specifically about the lines that jet out into the county that are coming into us? There have been some I-9 issues up around exit 19, you know, those lines that run up through there. The Spring Creek Pump Station, which goes down 11 towards Oak Park Business Park, that we have an agreement with the county for 1 million gallons capacity. I'm not aware of any significant I&I problems there, because the flow coming into that pump station stays pretty consistent month by month. You know, right, for the last several months, probably a few years, they've been averaging anywhere from 85,000 gallons per day.
Well, the exit 19 system is ours, though, isn't
it? That is ours, and as far as, you know, I thought he was just referring to what was actually listed out in the county. But yeah, we own all of that.
Okay.
Yeah, nothing that the county owns comes to us other than the Spring Creek Pump Station and going down 11.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
But we don't maintain those lines?
No, we do not. They maintain that and the pump station. Yeah.
So we
Yeah.
may need to have a discussion with the county about their I&I problem too.
Well, I think Ken and Sarita are gonna be talking to the county about it.
Sarita'd rather not.
Oh no, I actually want to talk to them. They may not.
Yeah.
They may not like what some of my ideas are, but
They will fall up deaf ears.
it may do. It may very well do. Okay. We can move on to disposal, which is 42,400. And I will start off with the salaries. This year, we have 2 people retiring. Dan Callahan, who's my operations manager. Dan has been here 40 years. And Connie Duncan, lab supervisor. I know.
You told me he's finally worn out.
He's finally worn out. He got remarried, so he's done. Married his same wife. And Connie Duncan, who's the lab supervisor, she has been with the town, I believe it's 27 years. So we have almost 70 years of experience walking out the door, which I'm not thrilled about, but I understand completely why they're finding the time to go. Dan will actually be leaving May 17th. Connie will be leaving July 1. And yeah, we've been planning this transition for probably the last 3 years. And we have pretty much everybody in place, and hopefully we'll have everyone trained as far as in the operator positions as well, to make sure that everything runs smoothly. But the salaries increases are for my 3 guys who will be moving into these positions. Scott Thompson will be moving up as operations manager. David Gobble will move into Scott's position as chief operator. And then Kelvin Price will move into Connie's position as the lab supervisor. They've all been working towards this, you know, for the last few years. So those 3, I requested, you know, pretty, you know, significant pay raises for them, because these are you know, what I consider the critical positions for the plant. You got operations, you got lab, and you got maintenance. And that's the three biggies. And when one doesn't work, the other two don't. So
But this is the difference from the ones that's leaving to the ones that's coming,
this is just the addition.
the addition?
Yeah. Yeah, no, the ones that are leaving, you know, that's a pretty much, you know, bigger gap. You know, they're making quite a bit more than that, because they've been there, you know, 40 and 27 years. No, what that is, that 21,451 is the combined merit increases I'm requesting for the 3 employees.
Okay.
Yeah. And also they have, for the operators, since they are on call 1 week out of every month, and being on call, you know, it does take you away from your family, does take you away from doing a lot of things, you know, that you know, normally would like to do. And especially during all this rain, the guys really stepped up and came in and stayed the night and worked over and did very well. So being on call can be a lot of work too. So about a year or so ago, we decided to add on-call pay as just kind of a nice little perk for them for being on call. So the $13,000 will cover the operator's on-call pay, which is added onto their check every 2 weeks. That's the salaries. Questions? Okay. Let's see, lab testing, which is $3110. We received our new Virginia Pollution Discharge Elimination System permit this year on December 1st. It's our new 5-year permit. This is basically our guidelines for the plant. There are some new sampling procedures that we have to follow, especially for our compost operations. So I had to add in a little bit, about $3,500 to cover the additional lab testing that will be done. So not a whole lot, anything else. After that, let's see. Oh, repairs, processing equipment. We actually decreased that a little bit, didn't we? Okay.
And you decreased your enterprise lease too. What are y'all leasing? You said F-250. Is that on that's not on this?
That's on the collection side. Okay. On the wastewater side, there's 2 Nissan Frontier trucks. One's used for pre-treatment and one is used for the on-call operators. Disposal of sludge. This, of course, is, you know, when we have to haul our sludge to the landfill. We haul it to Carter Valley Landfill in Churchill. Right now, where we've been having some issues with our Westphalia centrifuge, is not putting out as dry a sludge cake, and I know y'all probably do not want to hear all the details. But when you
centrifuge has got diarrhea.
It does. So when you don't put out as dry a cake, that means more sludge trips to the landfill. So right now we're relying on our backup Alpha Laval centrifuge, and unfortunately it does put out a little wetter sludge cake, so I've had to increase that.
Are you saying sludge cake?
Sludge cake, that's what we call it.
It's not a type of cookie.
Y'all, I know you got biscuits, muffins,
You don't wanna know.
sludge cake.
Sludge
You
cake,
don't wanna
honestly,
know.
it
Do you
looks
have a
like,
cookie
it
mixer?
looks like those little brown, what they call them, church cookies that, you know, just drop. Honestly, it does.
Those that we had yesterday.
Yeah, what you had yesterday.
That's what Cindy made for everybody else.
That's what she made it today. Darn, I should have been there yesterday.
She was on the liaison for you.
I know.
Tanya,
Oh, I missed the best day.
We could call them
But
sludge cookies.
We call it sludge cake, but yeah. So, but we are getting our centrifuge looked at in the next month, and hopefully the issues it's having are just control issues. If not, I have added a little money into the budget, I believe down in capital outlay, to cover hopefully any hardware issues that may pop up with it as well. Both of our centrifuges are getting quite a bit of age on them, so that is something probably within the next, 5 to 7 years we'll have to look at replacing one. But yeah, in capital outlay, 15,000 I put in there for the West Valley Centrifuge hardware repairs. Like I said, hopefully there won't be any. Hopefully it's just a control issue, but it's there just to be on the safe side. 12,000 we put in there just for a lot of the other things that we use throughout the coming year. Filter cloths, that's for our filter. Sludge holding tank.
Had to look twice at that, huh?
I
did. I had to look twice. Whoa.
Well, you know, it would apply, but you know,
You have a lot of fun at the wastewater.
So it's called cheesecloth, right? Okay. Filter cloth.
Filter cloth, SHT, hardware, waste gas burner, you know, you can just go on and on with that stuff.
A waste gas burner?
Waste gas burner.
That would be good for the cows.
It is methanol, just, there you go. Methanol, but anyway.
Now, what do you do with that, really? You burn the methane?
We do, we burn it off. It heats, what we do generate, some of it heats our heat exchanger or boiler that heats up our sludge and our digester. Any excess we have, we burn off. We tried to use some capstone generators years ago to kind of utilize that, but the generators became so costly. We eventually just kind of had to say, you know, enough's enough with putting money into them because we can never get them to stay running, and it was just so expensive. So
I bet those are short lines if they go through. You can't. I wonder how long it could extend that you could keep the, you know, keep it going. You could heat houses with that, maybe.
You probably could. No, probably not.
Yeah, it runs through the gas.
It runs through the skid, so it takes out all the impurities and the odors. But and other than that, we added about a little bit in there for unexpected repairs, because with wastewater anymore, everything is unexpected and costly, unfortunately. So, but no major upgrades or purchases in the wastewater budget. Knock on wood, as long as everything stays the way it is, we should hopefully have a good year, not having to upgrade or spend too much money on anything new or repair anything. And the last one is the pre-treatment control budget, which is $42,700. This is a relatively small budget compared to the other two. This is my pre-treatment coordinator's budget. He, along with my admin assistant, Michelle, who she's kind of a part-time environmental tech, they go out and do inspections of all the commercial businesses and any industries attached to the system, permit our restaurants, inspect our garages, car washes, medical clinics, dental offices, all of that. So this is his separate budget. Professional services is basically, a lot of it is just our Linko software. That's our pre-treatment software that we use to import all of our data, sampling results, inspections and so forth, and NOVs. Other than that, I don't think there's nothing else. Okay, I didn't increase anything really with that. So that's pretty much it.
Any questions, Council?
Anything?
Thank you, Sarita.
Thank you all.
Appreciate it.
Thank you all. Sorry about yesterday.
It's okay.
I was
We're
not
glad
well.
you're better. You can have a cookie.
Can I have cookie?
Yeah,
Sludge
it's a
cake
real
cookie?
It's a safe cookie, yes.
I missed the sludge cake cookie.
Okay, Council, anything else?
I believe the council's on the back.
And so is the mustard rounds is in my packet.
Yes, I'll let you.
Are we
It's not on
meeting
the
with
list, but it's in the
Leanne?
back. No,
Jane should have went over that.
That's just,
You want to
I
count?
had a question.
Council,
I wanna
yes.
see Leanne.
it should be short.
What are we doing? Can we adjourn?
Yeah,
The one you go to
here's where we
council
balance
later.
the budget.
It's a small one.
You're welcome, thanks for reading.
Oh, a council budget.
Thank you all.
Thank you, thank you all for whatever, you know, for all you do over there.
Thank you.
Yes,
Anytime if you
absolutely.
wanna come down and see sludge and grid.
Not the only things in there is
Waste
Muffins
gas
and
burners.
biscuits.
5,000.
All that good stuff. Take care. Thanks again,
Thanks,
sir.
Thank Rogers to do the additional code updates.
5,000 for what?
The, code updates that I guess that Mount Rogers is doing,
Oh, okay.
yeah, that's the only addition to your offer. Everything else is the same.
Well, sorry.
Yeah, we did leave the 5,000 in for the Arthur Campbell Award, although that hasn't been
We haven't given that
for
away
a
in a
couple
long
of years.
time.
But it is still in the draft budget,
Where is that one located?
in the town council budget.
I know, but where, what line item?
It's the 6013.
Well, I don't have.
Well, how
those
many
numbers.
years
Down there where it
Jan?
says Arthur Campbell
Some
Award.
we can
Oh,
just
there it
take
is. Really?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's working.
Your three-year history was 1579, 5700, and 245 last year.
Can we move that
So-
under Campbell? Move it into
I take it back.
contingency.
I thought we took it off.
I thought we did too. I thought we did too.
So we've still got $5,000 in there?
I see.
My thought was you was gonna take that and put it toward additional code updates, but I didn't get anything.
Oh, okay.
I got you.
So if that's what you all would like to do, I can zero that out.
Yes, I think so.
Do it.
Code updates.
Do it.
Yes.
One thing I wanted to call to your attention, Stacy Reichler has looked at, we discussed town council salaries. Stacy Reichler has looked into the possibility of council members receiving or being eligible for insurance, health insurance. I think she thinks that if the council members can be added to the town's insurance. And I don't know if, I personally think that if any of us do that, or wanna do that, we should pay for it ourselves, is what I think.
I do too.
Yeah, all you do, I think there's a resolution you'll have to adopt and then.
Yeah, I do too, the full payment.
Okay. All right, is there any comments on that, if someone wants to be on the insurance?
Well, I would like to consider it, but realizing that I'd pay the full premium, okay? That means that, you know, it wouldn't cost the town.
It'd just be kinda like somebody that retires
It would
early.
be like a
stays on it,
part-time
paid the same
employee,
amount.
I think she said the part-time employees, isn't that right, Mr. Bailey?
Retired.
But we,
Retired employees?
They can stay on until they hit Medicare.
Yeah.
well, we would, we have put it on the work session agenda for council to talk about. And that night, I understand the representative from the carrier will be in attendance, so they can answer any questions that you have. The resolution, I think council has to determine whether or not it would be full-time or part-time. And that the split between the employee and the employer would be the same as, if you determine the council members were full-time and eligible for full-time, then it would be the 90-10 split or whatever. The part-time employees are not, do not have the town participate. So if you considered yourself part-time, pass the resolution, then those that wanted to would pay the full amount.
Okay, so that's on the next work
That's
session agenda?
right, and I think you could probably adopt that resolution at that time. It has to be done during the renewal, And I'm not sure, do you know, is it April 1st or April
I
15th?
think April 1st, you have to, I mean, you have to give the intent that you intend to do it. So I
Yeah.
think you've got that meeting, I mean, you all,
Okay.
we can tell them that we intend to do it, and then they can just
I
fact.
mean, you could adopt the resolution at the work session that Kim has said that you can do that.
Well, in order for it to stay the same with the resolution, I believe you have to specify that it be part-time. That way, 4 years down the road, if new council comes in and they, 59, 60 years old, and they can, benefit somewhat, but they're still paying the full premium, then it'll still be them paying the full premium and it won't be costing the town.
But it still will give you a substantial savings.
It will.
Okay.
It will, and
Okay.
it's because of the group, actually.
Yeah, we're not,
See,
it
I'm on
wouldn't
a
cost us a
group.
dime.
Yeah, I'm on a group,
Just, she
but,
pays her premium and we pay the bill.
yeah, so, it's still, yeah.
All right, well, we'll take that up at the work session.
Okay.
There's something I'd like to say that's on the agenda. Is it okay? I'd like to ask council permission to go to a Southern Woman Leadership Program, and of course, I'd like, if Donna wants to go, and, I'd like to invite you as well. It's gonna be the 31st of March, the 1st and the 2nd, and I think what happens there is, we're gonna have that tour for the bicycle gentleman that's coming, I can't think of his last name, it starts with a Cassock.
Yeah.
He's gonna be here this first and the second
First
and
and-
third, I
yeah.
believe. But I will miss the first, that tour, but I will be on the third, I'll come back and, I'll be there.
Our council meeting's the first, April 1st too.
So, yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna go then, I can't miss that.
Just throwing it out there, I mean, I wasn't.
April Fools, yep. Well, I guess I'm not going then. I guess that answers my question. Unless y'all wanna move it, you've already advertised the council meeting for the 1st.
No, I don't think so.
It's the regular meeting date, you'll have to advertise that.
Is it a problem if we don't have it on the 1st? Can we move it to the 8th, or do y'all have reservations with that?
I don't know.
What is the first?
Don't we have somebody scheduled to be here the 1st?
Yeah, CHA's coming.
CHA, yeah.
Yeah, we could change that, but I think we also, if, it's the work session that the insurance person's coming to.
Yeah.
Stevie Steele is coming on the 1st.
It's hard to do the teleconference, isn't it? It's kinda hard to do that with me being out. I guess I'll pass on it. But thanks.
A couple of things that Chuck and I will probably need to get with council to get some feedback as far as your feelings on tax rate for the upcoming budget, so that we can kind of know as we work on finalizing. And then there was also the question that was on that sheet I handed out at the beginning of the meeting on insurance rates for employees, that the recommendation from staff would be council consider going to a uniform rate for what the employee pays for health insurance. Right now it varies, I think there's about 6 different rates that, depending upon your program.
Is there one that y'all recommends?
What we were recommending was employee would be 90% town, 10% for the employee independent child would be 85-15, employee and spouse 80-20, and family would be 80-20.
How's that compared to now?
It's,
Still just different
Okay.
breakdowns. It would be much simpler from a
Yes.
budgeting perspective.
make it simple. Then the other thing, council, the police are at 80,
The single employee police are at 80-20, and then everybody else is 75-25.
so the police are different from on here, so based on what the chief was talking about, that's another thing for council is do you begin to move towards closing that gap and putting everybody on the same playing field?
What was the 85-20?
The parent, child would be 85-15.
I'm sorry.
Employee, spouse, and family would be 80-20.
What it looks like from here, like
Okay, I got you.
the single person is gonna.
No.
Oh.
On the sheet I gave you, the ones in red, it would be a slight increase in what the employee would be paying. I picked a blue that didn't come out. The employee spouse is right now, they're paying 77, they're paying 23%. It would go to 20%, so they'd actually, on the K500 program, the 80-20 is a little bit better than what they currently have.
Have you guys crunched the numbers as Don and I were talking about if we did change the police over?
How
How
much?
I can get that back to you.
I think
I'm
the
just
numbers is
curious
important.
if,
Yeah.
I think we need kind of a summary overview of what
Yeah.
goes out. We've heard everybody's laundry list or wish
Right.
list.
right,
Where are we?
yeah.
1.4.
With the cost of living,
2%.
was that 2% across the board?
1.4
Okay.
what? I mean, is that
Million.
a 1.4 increase, a 1.4
No,
decrease, a
deficit.
1.4?
We're in
I
the
need a
bu-
summary.
1.4 million deficit.
So we've got some cutting and chopping to do.
Did you say 1.4?
Yeah, it's in that neighborhood.
Yeah, 1.4 million deficit right now. So, I mean, some of the stuff I would like to see, because Al's right, you know, like a summary, but I'd like to see the merit raise, you know, who they're for, how much it is. Is the 2% cost of living just standard every year, or is that just
No.
something y'all came up with?
We kind of look at what's going on across the state and try to come up with an average.
Okay,
But,
okay.
if you're increasing their insurance and we don't do something with the COLA, they're
Right.
gonna be mad at 5 individuals sitting around this
Right,
table.
right. No, I
and
understand. I
Everybody
understand.
else as well. You know, me and Mr. Benham, we always blame him, he's leaving.
No, I
Yeah,
just
blame it
want
on-
to have kind of an idea of if we
Yeah.
manipulate things around, like where is it gonna
Yeah.
lead us?
So that was kind of put in there to offset any, the
Sure.
health insurance stuff.
Right,
so.
right. Don't stare at me like that.
No, I'm just listening. I wasn't staring.
I'm not proposing we cut all this stuff, I'm
I
just
really
asking.
wasn't. I was just thinking, see, just because anything else to write.
10%.
There's nothing back.
Health
I was ready.
insurance,
I mean, I'm a numbers guy, like if you see the moving pieces and parts.
She's marking her ballot for next election.
27.25%
Wow. I know. Health insurance went up 10%.
Yeah, the total the town pays on health insurance is now 1.4 million. So your health insurance is where the,
Yeah,
if we didn't have to pay health insurance, the budget's balanced.
yeah.
It's-
I know with like my employer, we're privately insured, but it still goes up every year, every year.
Yeah.
Well, you understand health
I do.
insurance, so
Yeah,
you're dealing with that
Well,
day.
something's gotta, I mean, this is tough.
Well, I keep saying that, but for the past
Something's
20
gotta
years.
change.
We did have one year, actually, maybe the first budget I did, maybe, we didn't have any increase in health insurance. The past 3 years, it's not been so
No,
lucky.
that's for
It's
sure.
been a while,
You always go to.
always.
Yeah.
But the only thing you can say is the health care system in the United States is broken. It's-
Sure is. Let's see, do we answer Cindy's question about moving the council meeting? We've got CHA already scheduled.
CHA is scheduled. Now, if you move the council meeting, we could always tell Stevie Steele that don't come that day.
Wait a week.
I don't wanna be inconveniencing anybody.
We set a date for the work session in April, did we? I mean, to be quite honest with you, I'll have to go back and check my schedule, I really don't know.
We have,
So the
The work
25th.
session is
25th.
the 25th.
2:30.
Don't we have something going on the 9th as well? Is it that joint meeting with the county?
April 9th, the joint meeting.
April 9th,
yeah,
Good simple.
Yep.
6:30.
and then there's another
Hey, Kim, will you put
budget
them on the
meeting
calendar,
scheduled.
see when you'd like to
Yeah, then we've got a budget
You don't
meeting for
mind?
Cindy,
non-departmental as well.
We do, we have our next work session is March the 14th. We have the
Can you-
interviews on the
can you
19th
get
and
it
non-departmental on the
streamed?
20th.
Where you going?
I don't know, in North Carolina, but I
It's
don't
actually-
know. I can ask them, that might be, I mean, I don't know. I'll ask
We'll,
'em.
we'll have a quorum, and you can watch the council member on the stream live if you can get it. That way you'll stay informed.
I don't know that I've ever missed a meeting yet, though. I don't think I've missed a regular
I've
meeting.
missed a meeting, it doesn't kill anybody.
I know, but I'm striving for perfect attendance, yeah, okay. But I appreciate the options. You're trying to work with me, aren't you?
Yeah, I am.
I just can't.
Very
see.
dedicated.
What's that?
I said you're very dedicated.
I am. I had perfect attendance when I went to school a lot of times, so,
You
yeah,
did?
I strive for that.
Well, that's good.
Straight A's and dozens.
I skipped school every chance I got. All right, guys, we're adjourned.